what you're doing, what you're doing.
A dirter.
Glue is cheap.
present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs. In at number 8, we have the Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello, everybody. And welcome back to Paleontologizing. I'm really glad you're here today.
Tradoon.
Wanted to make sure that I started today's stream at a decent time. Well, shoot.
Like a blabbermouth who
Moosh.
ruins the movie by telling you how it ends. Well, I say there
Thank
are
you for
some
the
things we
follow.
don't want to know. Important things. Yeah.
Welcome. Here, let me first do just like a little intro, I guess. Thank you, Moosh, for clicking that follow button. If you're here for the very first time, or maybe the second time, maybe you came in with that
Tradoon.
fantastic, gigantic raid from Kit Boga yesterday. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So as a paleontologist, I study fossils. Dinosaur fossils in particular, hence dinosaur paleontologist. I want to make really clear off the bat that most paleontologists don't really have anything to do with dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are but the tip of the iceberg in the world of paleontology. There are other paleontologists who study fossil amphibians, fossil trees, fossil ferns, fossil marine microorganisms like plankton, fossil lizards, fossil mammals, fossil invertebrates of every stripe.
That gives the history of life its very quirky,
Miss Capri Cal, thank you for the 7 months.
chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Cheers. Anyway, paleontology isn't just dinosaurs, but I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers, and what I talk with colleagues about at scientific conferences like I was doing over the weekend. That's why I was gone for a whole week, if you missed that. I was at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, which is held in Minneapolis this year. That was wonderful. Anyway, yeah. That being said, yeah, yesterday was election day in the U.S. And, we're not going to talk about that today. If you do want to talk about it, we're doing a special bonus stream on Friday. to talk about science and politics. I know there's a lot of feelings about this. I have a lot of feelings about this. But I figured for today, the best thing that we can do is just kind of decompress. And Sweetie Pie here is going to help out with that. Aren't you, Sweetie? Yeah. Everyone's sick of the election stuff. So if you want to talk about it, Friday is when we'll do it. We'll talk about science and politics and what are some of the things that we can do. But that's not today. Today is a fun day, a chill day. Today, we're going to be doing some Q&A. We're going to be watching an old dinosaur documentary that just showed up on YouTube within the last 24 hours, I think. So it should be a fun, pleasant day today, you know? If that's okay with everybody. Yeah. Oh, and addicted to capping games, we can talk about Dicynodons, sure. Yeah, they are synapsids. So we can talk a bit about that. But, let's see who's here. I saw Kodali and Matt M33 were first today. Golganek, Steely Dan, Simish Nom Nom, Urania, Neilf, Johnny Kilo, Farning, Trend K, DM Wing, Night Child, Charlie's Dragon. Hello, everybody. I don't know if I should go through all of the names right now. Giggling Gegel. I haven't seen that name before. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here. And Sweetie Pie really, really wants some treats, I think. Don't you? Is that what you want? Look at those whiskers. Look at those. They're so long. All right, let's get this cat some treats, shall we? Aw. There you go. Oh, we fell on the ground. We were like almost out. My goodness. There you go. Yeah, good stuff. Aww. Sweetie Pie loves her treats. And paleobotanist, that's what I said. Addicted to capping games? Absolutely. I said scientists who study fossil trees, fossil ferns, fossil plants in general. Absolutely. You know, paleobotany is one of the best tools that we have for understanding the history of climate on our planet Earth. Like the basis for entire ecosystems is, you know, flora, plants. Trend K says that TwitchCon puppet was amazing. Oh, you mean Velia? Yeah, that was a ton of fun. Let me find you a clip. And Mooch says, I love cats. Well, there are 3 cats who live here in my house with me. They are my landlords. There's Sweetie Pie here, there's Moon Pie, and there's Mini Pie. There's a good chance you'll see Mini Pie today. Yeah. Here is, our TwitchCon stream.
Your celebrity, Ms. Yvette.
There you go. Walking around with a life-size Velociraptor puppet was an excellent opportunity for science outreach. And we'll be doing more stuff with Velia.
Walking around talking about dinosaurs and... Yeah.
Are we allowed a picture?
Absolutely. Yeah, please.
Do you mind taking a picture?
And Little Pink Pony, of course. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the help. Yeah.
It was really cool just seeing some people's reaction to the puppet. Yeah, some people, like, they were in tears, in a good way. Tears of joy, and that was... I think that was pretty special.
They're just trying to be...
The one that we're... Yeah. Take care.
Randomness says, that's awesome, I want one. Sorry, she's one of a kind.
Let's see. I'll probably have to miss the NASA one, but maybe I can go over afterward and say hi to everybody. Yeah. But yeah, shoot, I didn't realize it at the same exact time. Been so busy getting everything else together and, you know, getting her ready.
Book about Violet? Cool, Ms. Yvette.
But yeah.
So shout out to Yogurt Garrel and Ms. Yvette who helped me out during the stream. But yeah, and by the way, Ms. Yvette, I think something arrived in the mail from you today. Yeah. Let me put some tape over the address. I don't want to dox anybody. But I checked the P.O. box and I got something from you, Ms. Yvette.
What you doing?
Yes, indeed. And thank you, Jody Fish.
Dinosaurs were the sort of creatures
for the
you might
30
think
months
of
of
as
support.
inhabiting another planet,
Really appreciate
or the
that.
kind you dream of in a bad nightmare.
Quite some time.
Thank you, Jody Fish. That is quite some time. Thank you so much for keeping me here on the air. I really appreciate that. I really do. All right. Should be ready. This was sent to me by Ms. Yvette. Is not correcting me, so I assume I'm correct about that. But let's see what's inside. We have a card right here. Ms. Yvette, can I open this on stream? This is excellent. And what is this? We've got, looks like a sticker from the Natural History Museum in San Diego. The Nat, as they call it. Lovely Allosaurus skull right there. Beautiful. That's really nice. Thank you. I got a new mini laptop this summer that I use for traveling, and it needs some stickers. This might go on there. Thank you, Ms. Yvette. And then, check this out. Very cool. For the Love of Nature, 150 years of the San Diego Natural History Museum. Beautiful, like, heavy keychain. This is high quality. Thank you. And your purchase helps nature and our region thrive. Ms. Yvette, very thoughtful of you. I really appreciate this. Thank you. Good stuff. And that is one heck of a keychain. It certainly is, yeah. Oh, and hello, Mini Pie. See, we've got 2 of 3 cats so far. He's like, I heard there were presents here. I came to interrupt. I hope I'm not, too late to interrupt. No, Mini Pie, you're right on time. Let's open this up. We've got a lovely San Diego Zoo emblem on there. Check that out right there. Very nice. Oop. Oh, it's a cassowary. Ms. Yvette, I love it. Thank you. Good stuff. One of my favorite critters. Really appreciate that. Very, very nice. Watercolors are not easy to do. I'm not very good at watercolors, so this is awesome. Oh. Elizabeth says, Dear Danny, thank you for showing me and all the Twitch community about science outreach from a paleontologist point of view. Your dinosaur digs in the quarry were exciting. You have broadened my understanding and love of nature even more by watching your streams. Meeting you and Velia at TwitchCon was awesome. Plus, I have a little idea about making a children's book about Velia. Plus, you can use it for science outreach or book signings. Your TwitchCon friend/fan, Ms. Yvette. Thank you, Ms. Yvette. That is very thoughtful of you. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. That is awesome. You can frame it for Cassowary Day. There you go. That sounds like a great idea. Thank you, Ms. Yvette. Wonderful. And yeah, here, let's switch cameras here. Hang on a sec. I guess we'll just want to grab that. Copy. Paste. There we go. Nope, that's the one we want. We want to put that there. And Mini Pie is just intent on wreaking havoc. There we go. Nice. All good. There we go. Oh, Mini Pie. He's like, I heard the retreats. Mini Pie, you're a little too late. I think Sweetie Pie ate all of them. Anyway, Ms. Yvette, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. Very thoughtful of you. Thanks for thinking of me. And yeah, your book idea sounds interesting too. I'm eager to hear more about that. If you want to send me a message or something. Thank you. And I gotta find something worthy of this big honking keychain too. Look at that, Mini Pie. Yeah. This is great. This is a substantial keychain. Oh man. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Mini Pie, how about, would you like some treats? I think I'm all out over here. Okay, I'm all out. They're all gone. But I think I have another bag over here. Remember correctly, I should have some more behind my bookcase over here. Bingo. Yeah, that's where I've been hiding them. See? Yeah. Good stuff. Ooh, everybody loves the greenies. They're gonna be nice and fresh. Nice and fresh for you. Yeah. It's my last bag though, so if anybody wants to contribute cat treats for the stream, there's some on the Amazon wish list if you're feeling generous. Oh man, that's pungent. Smell that. Yeah, wow. Well, there you go nuts. Eat up. All right. Good stuff. How's that, Mini Pie? Yeah. Treat dust. I thought, for a second, I read that as mammal treat dust, Golganite. Yeah. Good stuff. And Dino Danny 90 How are you doing? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. They say, was it treats behind the books? It is a pretty suitable place, I've found. Anyway, good stuff. And Claire Bird, it's good to see you too. Yeah. Excellent. There's a few other items on the Amazon wish list. Some of them are a little pricier, some of them even more affordable than the treats, so if anybody else is feeling generous, you can always use some stuff off of there. It takes a lot to run science outreach broadcasts like this, especially like keeping the background different every day, printing out new things for images, all kinds of stuff. 3D printer filament. By the way, we are printing something new on the printer right now. This is, well, you know what? Let me give everybody a chance to guess. It's going to be tricky, but take a guess. What do you think this is?
Some dinosaurs developed protective armor to guard themselves from beasts like Tyrannosaurus rex.
Or from Patchwork Pirate. Thank you for the 45 months. Getting pretty close, thank you. 45 months is a long, long time, Patchwork Pirate. I appreciate that tremendously. Holy cow. Thank you, Patch. Appreciate you. I was going to ask you to guess what this is. Ancient snake, full-sized Mononychus, sloth parts. The snake files I need to redo. You're actually pretty close there, Jody Fish. Not full-sized Mononychus, but think about a different theropod dinosaur. In fact, one that might be a little bit better known in terms of its soft tissue and even its coloration. There you go, Salamander. Sinosauropteryx. Yes, indeed. Yeah. So I am 3D printing a fleshed out model, like a life model, of Sinosauropteryx. This lovely Chinese dinosaur here. One of the only dinosaurs for which we can actually figure out the coloration, because preserved melanosomes, color cells in the feathers, fossilized feathers, tell us that this dinosaur had orange and white stripes running down its tail, and a kind of a bandit mask sort of thing going on its face. And overall, it was orangey in color.
A moment from prehistoric time.
And Adger Badger, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Mary L63, thank you for the 200 bits. Really appreciate that. We got a hype train incoming. Beautiful. Print. Let's see if I can find you. Which one was it? Was it this one? No, a little bit different. Where was it? But I purchased these files from an artist who sculpts them online, and it is really cool. Was it on Yegi? I guess maybe it was. There we go, right there. Yeah. From my mini factory there. Good stuff. So yeah. I'm printing this critter life-sized, which I'm pretty excited about. The what? I'm sorry. Say it again? The who? I didn't quite get that. Could you repeat it one more time? The what? I'm sorry, Lestat Creations. I was talking over it and I missed what they were saying. The what? The what? I'm sorry. 13 months, though, is pretty impressive, Lestat Creations. Thank you for that. Appreciate you very much. Thank you kindly. Good stuff. Share your watercolor of your Sinosauropteryx. Yeah, go for it, Mizavet. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Anyway, this is what I'm printing right now. It is the head and neck which is currently printing. Should take about another hour and a half, something like that. And then we can move on to the torso. But this is the file right here. And I'm more than happy to pay $6 to support an artist like this and then get a beautiful model. It saves me a lot of time because I don't have to sculpt it myself. But, pretty sweet. What a cool critter, Sinusoraptorix. And of course I'm going to paint it Red Crayon Bandit. That's the whole point. Yes, indeed. And the cool thing about me painting it is that I can use different colors of filament. So I can just kind of run through a bunch of spools that I have that are really low. And Maximus, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Good stuff. We're approaching a level 1 hype train here. Beautiful. Yeah. And Danny painting stream? Maybe we'll do that, Casey Snower. That would be fun. Yeah. That would be cool. I'd like to use some airbrushes on it, and I usually do that outside. But maybe we could figure out a way to do it inside? I don't know. Yeah. My cousin gave me his old airbrush set, and I'd love to be able to figure out how to use that at some point. I might need an air compressor, though. But yeah. Anyway, this is going to be fun. And it'll be really nice to have a life-size Sinusoraptorix that we can have here in the background on Thursday Birds Days or whatever else, you know? I think it'll be particularly cool for the month of November because we're going to be talking all about the dinosaur bird link. Because Turkey Day is coming up. El Dia del Pavo, as some people call it. Thanksgiving Day here in the U.S. Everybody has turkey on the brain. We're going to be having some special streams about that. Coming up at the end of the month. Dinosaurian Origin of Bird stream. We might even be assembling an actual chicken skeleton. If I've got time to set up for this, then we might be doing that. Like mounting a real-life chicken skeleton live on stream. Talking about all the different bones, how they fit together, and how these are all just modified theropod dinosaur bones. That would be awesome. We'll see. I've had this pile of chicken bones for like 3 years now, and I just haven't had time to really do all the preparation work and get things set up for a proper stream like that. Maybe it'll happen this year. You know? Need a dinosaur anatomy lesson so bad? Well, we're going to be doing some of that. Yeah. I'm going to be boning up on some of this stuff myself. Pun somewhat intended, I guess. There's an excellent book about vertebrate anatomy.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago.
Miss Caprical, 1,000 bits. Thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, Miss Caprical. Holy cow. Appreciate you. Oh, did we just get a raid? We did. Rogan27, thank you for the raid. I don't know why our raid alerts are broken. There's something up with Stream Elements. But thank you, Rogan. I really appreciate the raid. I hope you had an excellent stream. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. Tell me what you got up to, if you don't mind. I'd like to hear about it. I was just about to show off this book over here that I highly recommend to anybody who's interested in vertebrate anatomy, especially osteology, study of bones. This book right here, by paleontologist Matthew Bonan, The Bare Bones is what it's called. An unconventional evolutionary history of the skeleton. Excellent book. This is the only one I've seen of its kind where it goes through the history of vertebrates, looking at their skeletons. It compiles a great deal of information, going from fishes up through sarcopterygian fishes, and then into tetrapods, coelacanths right there. So, like, looking at the skeletons of different creatures and where these different features come from that each of these groups evolves, how you can trace that back to their ancestry, or trace it forward to their living representatives today. Excellent book. It's written in a very approachable way, I think, given how technical some of the information is. You will learn a tremendous amount from this book. Overcome by Fur, the mammalian chassis. It uses an analogy, like kind of an automotive analogy, for talking about the skeletons of different animals. So the chassis is like the basic structure, kind of like a vehicle chassis, and then you put stuff on top of it in order to make it distinct. Yeah, mammals have got like an underlying architecture that all mammals had originally, and it's really cool to see the different directions that they run with that underlying architecture as they adapt to different environments. It's really cool stuff. And a book that quotes "They might be giants." Did I miss that, Charlie's Dragon? Was there a reference in here that I missed? But man, this book is excellent, and I'm kind of shocked it doesn't get more attention than it does. You know, on the mammal page. Let me see if I can find that. I'm curious now. Alright. Pterosaurs, dinosaurs. There we go. Glass of milk sitting in between extinction and the cold and explosive radiating growth. You might be giants. Mammal. I guess I'm not familiar with that song. Oh, that's great. Yeah. The book is called The Bare Bones, An Unconventional Evolutionary History of the Skeleton by Matthew F. Bonan, B-O-N-N-A-N. Yeah, good stuff. And, oh, and you have one of those, Kong KT? Excellent. It is good to have you here. Not sure what you were referencing. Sorry, I'm a little late to your message, but I'm glad you're here. Feel free to clarify if you'd like to. Korolivska Krevetka says, what book for kids would you recommend as a Christmas gift available on Amazon? What age kids? Korolivska. Because there's a number of different books that I could recommend. A really 3 to 5. Oh, okay. This is a phenomenal book. Maybe for kids who are a little bit older, but even younger kids are going to love the pictures in it. This is Tom Holtz's Dinosaur Encyclopedia. It was published almost 20 years ago at this point, but it still kind of holds up as the most complete, up-to-date encyclopedia for dinosaur lovers of all ages. Yeah, I would highly recommend it. Holtz, H-O-L-T-Z, is the author name. Very turkey-like Deinonychus there. We've got birds. We've got theropod dinosaurs, dinosaur musculature. You know, it's an excellent book. It's written, I'd say probably like a 5th grade reading level, but it never really feels condescending. It's excellent stuff. I'd highly recommend this book. For younger kids, for really, really young kids, I would recommend, I don't think I have it here in my office, but it's a few different, like, science books about, like, science and natural history in general. One is called Fur, Feather, Fin, All of Us Are Kin, that talks about different types of animals, what makes them special, and kind of talks about our kinship with the natural world, too, as human beings. Highly recommend that book. Yeah. Really nice. I think it's like 20 pages. Picture book. Beautiful art. And it rhymes. Kids love that. Another one. Another book is called Grandmother Fish. Child's first book of evolution. Really interesting stuff too, talking about kind of the rise of vertebrates from fish. This is like the pre-K version of the bare bones book, you know? Same idea, you know, for kids in preschool. Excellent book too. It's interactive also. There's like, you know, hand motions or like motions you can do with your body that corresponds to the different pages, and kids really love that as well. Helps keep them engaged. Yeah, it's good stuff. But yeah, big golden book of dinosaurs as a kid. Yeah, Casey Snowart. I might have that too, lying around somewhere. But anyway, yeah. Oh, sweetie pie. Yep. Do you want some more treats, sweetie pie? Is that what you want right now? Wow, it smells like treat spirit. Is that right? Let's get you some treats. Ooh. Yeah. That's the stuff. Ooh, look at all those. Oh, nuts. Beat 'em up, beat 'em up. Supervisor being rewarded. No, she's not just that. She's my landlord here. I've got 3 landlords. All of them are cats. And, gotta stay on their good side, you know? Oh, sweetie pie. How is that? You enjoying those? You're chewing them. Don't just inhale them. Good job. Good job with the chewing. They're dental treats, so you're supposed to really get them with your teeth. I love how. And when cats are eating things like this, they have to like search around on a flat surface for things, and they go, oh. Looking around a little bit more. Is that all of them? Have you completed your sweep? Good job. Clean Plate Club, sweetie pie. Clean Plate Club. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Good stuff. Your junk food treats. I hope that's okay. Sure, Quake Cat. Yeah. Not a problem, I think. You mean from the wish list or something? Really appreciate that. Red Crayon Bandit says, when is your next field trip? That's a good question. My last field trip was in North Dakota just about a week ago. Citrus Gremlin, thank you for the follow. That's a gremlin I wouldn't mind eating, I suppose. Love citrus. Doesn't sound super vegetarian though, so I might pass. Anyway, I appreciate you, Citrus Gremlin. Thanks for clicking that follow button. Last field trip that I had was a pre-conference field trip in North Dakota. It's about a week ago. Going around to different fossil sites, collecting a few fossils for the North Dakota Heritage paleontological collections. It was really good. I might be doing some more field work over the next couple months right here in the Bay Area, but I can't really share any details about that with you yet. I'm going to be meeting with some colleagues and asking when we can start doing promotions for one of these projects, in which case I'll tell you all about it. Yeah. apart from that, next time I'm going to be doing field work is probably going to be in, like, end of May in Wyoming. And, I'll bring you along and we'll stream it. Yeah, exciting stuff. We might even be doing some fundraising for that, too. So, anywho, Sweetie Pie. It's right there in front of the camera. Huh. Yeah. But yeah, and Nerduino, how are you doing? Hello to you. Welcome back, Nerduino. I hope you're doing well. Oh, cat collision. Hope you're having a good day, Nerduino. It's good to see you. I figured for today, just as a way to kind of relax and decompress, get away from the news for a little bit, we'll watch an old dinosaur documentary that I've never seen before that just showed up on YouTube. So we'll take a look at that, and that should lend itself to some good discussion. And, yeah. Then on Friday, there's a lot to talk about in terms of science and politics and all of that, and what we can do as citizens in the wake of anti-science sentiment and anti-science policy. We'll talk about that on Friday. So I want you to know I'm not shying away from this. I know some people really wanted me to talk about this today. A lot of people don't want me to talk about it today. We're taking a break from that for today. But Friday, for a special bonus stream, we'll be talking about science and policy. Then. So I hope you'll tune in for that. But for right now, we've got the search for the thunder lizards. We'll jump into that. Yeah. But yeah. And Steely Dan, I think it's probably the same exact YouTube channel that we're looking at here. Is it called Dinosaur Documentaries? Right here? Because if it is, yeah, then there you go. This is a lovely compilation of different dinosaur-themed documentaries. I think you'll really like it, everybody. This one just came up. It was just posted yesterday, right? Oh, cat hair all over my nose. Ugh. But I've never seen this one. It was produced by the Denver Museum of Nature and Science, I believe. So we'll take a look at that.
Other large extinct animals surfaced.
There we go.
KRMA Denver presents the following production by the Denver Museum of Natural History.
Yeah, which is today the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. And I got to meet a bunch of the people from here at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting over the weekend. That was phenomenal. And, well, not over the weekend, over all of last week, basically. Fisher McNarman, remember Fisher from our fieldwork streams? He's currently doing a paleontological internship at this museum, and he's part of that crew now, and that's awesome. Makes me smile to see. Anyway, let's check this out.
The search for the thunder lizards.
I just wondered what this big bone was from.
This big bone was from?
When I was a little kid, you know, like 8, I was interested in dinosaurs, and I even thought about growing up to be a paleontologist. A stereotype fantasy of a kid. Digging for dinosaur bones.
This is from 1987.
They ruled the Earth for 200 million years. The last ones vanished over 65 million years ago.
This is going to be a really, really interesting kind of time capsule here, I think. Because this is 1987. This is like during what we call the dinosaur renaissance. When, you know, beforehand, dinosaurs were thought of as, well, you know, slow-moving, sluggish, cold-blooded, dull-colored, you know, semi-brainless reptilian brutes. It was during this time that idea started to be challenged. That we started to realize that evidence shows that dinosaurs were largely warm-blooded. Active animals, highly social, probably very colorful, probably very intelligent with complex behaviors. Far more dynamic and fascinating than anybody had realized before then. It was in the 1970s and 80s that there was kind of this revolution going on in the field of dinosaur science. This documentary is kind of right in the middle of that. And we're going to see some old, outdated ideas. We're going to see some old, outdated paintings, like Zellinger's Age of Reptiles, completed in 1947 here. And we'll probably see some newer stuff, too. So again, interesting time here. This is dinosaur paleontology in transition. Let's take a look. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon, yeah.
Most of us first encounter their fossilized relics in museums, and we are astounded. The thought of a living, breathing animal large enough to have owned teeth this size is somehow shocking. Still, we are fascinated and drawn closer.
I mean, they're so completely unlike anything that is alive today.
And holy cow, John McIntosh. I don't know if I've ever heard his voice before. Holy cow, this is famous sauropod guy. Here, I'll show you his picture in a book. Kerry Woodruff, friend of mine who works on sauropods. He talks about how Jack McIntosh was the expert on sauropods. Expect some tremendous work. Got a picture of him in this book here. Sauropods chapter. That's him right there. Yeah. Jack McIntosh. The interesting thing about McIntosh is he was not a professional dinosaur paleontologist. He became a world expert on sauropods. But that's not his day job. He's a physicist. He always was intensely interested in dinosaurs, especially sauropods. There he is again there.
Situation called for still more protection.
Thank you, Dr. Dino123.
From his body armor.
I appreciate the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Where does it tell you about that? Yeah, let's see. Jack McIntosh has never actually gone into the field to dig up a dinosaur himself. He's too busy keeping up with all the discoveries hidden away in the dark corners of museums. Rediscovering, if you will, what's been dug up before. When Jack was at Yale in 1941, he used to work in the Peabody Museum laboratory, putting sauropods back together for fun. He had a great time doing it, he says. Torn between vertebrate paleontology and physics, he chose physics as his career and paleontology as his passion. Not surprisingly, his memory is formidable and his command of research material astounding. He retains a bewildering catalog of facts, places, dates, and names of discoveries, and seems to remember where every sauropod bone in the world is hidden. The femur is under a table in the basement in La Plata, and unless you happen to spot it, you wouldn't see it, he says, about the biggest femur in the world, a bone I managed to miss twice while visiting this Argentinian museum. Anyway, Jack McIntosh is kind of a legendary figure in sauropod dinosaur paleontology, and now we get to hear his voice. He might even appear on screen here. Pretty cool.
They're beautiful.
They were around on the face of the earth for over 140 million years, much longer than humans. They're food for the imagination. We need creativity and entertainment, something to keep us going and keep us in awe of things.
To feed our imagination, We humans have created popular fantasies. Much of it fun.
I'll see you later,
most of
Moose.
it
Thanks for being
pure
here.
myth.
Oh, that's not a very nice thing to do to a tyrannosaur.
But the story of the quest for real information about dinosaurs is more intriguing. The fossil records have been waiting 65 million years for readers.
And thank you, Victorious, for gifting Moosh. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. That is excellent. I don't know why that gift alert isn't working, but some of Stream Elements.
At first, they merely collected them and speculated. But later on, there came a descriptive stage, and people actually wrote down and drew and these things. And I guess it was just part of the transition from superstition, mysticism, magic to science, and the fossil study went right along with it.
In 1822, the English countryside around Sussex was home for amateur naturalist and physician Dr. Gideon Mantell and his wife, Mary Ann.
Yep.
One day, while out walking, she spotted some strange dark animal teeth in a pile of gravel.
Discovered the iguanodon.
She brought them home. Scientists later became interested, and by 1825 had decided the teeth belonged to some long-extinct iguana. As evidence of other large extinct animals surfaced, Sir Richard Owen, the first director of the British Museum in London, named them all dinosaurs.
Yep.
Now, after more than a century and a half, new discoveries have added more than 300 dinosaur varieties.
Goofy old Protoceratops. That's wonderful.
Every year, in remote locations like this, crews take up picks and shovels and go to dig for dinosaurs. As they file off to the quarry, every one of them is thinking, this will be the day of my big discovery. The clavicle of a camptosaur, or the mandible of an allosaurus. But digging dinosaurs is a physical and mental challenge.
It's extremely difficult. It's exciting. I've never experienced anything as exciting as actually being on a dinosaur dig. But the effort that goes into actually excavating a dinosaur is tremendous.
It really is. It's a staggering amount of work. Crimson Carnotaurus wants to know, when you go to England for SVP, do you plan on checking out some of the museums? Yes, we'll be definitely going to the museum in Birmingham, because I'm sure that's where the welcome reception will be held. Yeah, who knows? I might end up flying into London anyway, and I might get to visit the NHM there, the Natural History Museum, for the first time. That would be pretty stellar. So, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, anywho. And Korolivska Krevetka says, what would you consider as a peak of your dinosaur career? Well, now is pretty good. In the sense that I just got back from SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting the other day. And I was able to present on some of my research, including my Twitch outreach. So I had a poster presentation about this, and it was very, very well received. I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of cool things coming up, so now is pretty good. I feel like I haven't hit the peak of my career yet. Certainly not. That being said, some other stuff that I was able to do back in the early 2010s, like I discovered a new species of horned dinosaur in 2012, and that I was talking with Denver Fowler about this. He's got the specimen. He wants to describe it in the next few years, and it's not super high on his priority list right now because he's got this huge burgeoning field program that's finding all of these really cool fossils all the time. So this is not priority number one, but he's going to get to that, and it's going to be pretty cool, you know? Be able to say, hey, I found that critter, you know? That's pretty exciting, you know? There's been a lot of other stuff too, for sure. And am I coming to England? Probably next year. The Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. SVP is going to be held in Birmingham next year. And so I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to start saving up now. Shoot, because it's not going to be cheap to get there. Yeah. Anyway. And Crimson Carnotaurus says you would probably be better taking a train from Birmingham to London for 2 hours. Well, no, Crimson Carnotaurus, I can get a direct flight from San Francisco to London, and then I can take the train from London to Birmingham. That's the tentative plan so far. I say it's more than a year out at this point. But that's generally the idea. I mean, I know how these things work. I promise I'm not as dumb as I look. I figure out efficient ways to get from place to place. Especially in a country that's got proper public transit like the UK. So yeah. Anywho. And Kotorlivska says, would you be keen to run a dinosaur museum when you're retired? Hopefully I'll get to work at some museums before I'm retired. You know? Well, yeah. Hopefully you'll be hearing about some stuff soon. There are exciting things kicking off around here. So stay tuned. But yeah, upstairs then. There's a bunch of cool sites that I'd really like to visit. I'd love to go down to Lyme Regis, the Jurassic Coast, if that's possible. Love to go to the museum in Oxford and see the original Megalosaurus jaw. All kinds of stuff like that. We'll see what I've got time for. Yeah. Anyhow. Any chance you may get to stream from Lyme Regis? We'll see, Jody Fish. We'll see. Yeah. We shall see. Anyway, let's get back to our documentary here. And always welcome to Portugal. Thank you, Kotorlivska.
These strange beasts were protected by massive plates
Fedorasaur.
of armor.
Thank you for the 37 months of support. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me on the air, Fedorasaur. I appreciate you. Anyway, I've got, I don't know if it's cat hairs going up my nose or if my mustache is acting up or what, but I gotta go attend to that. Let's continue this. Be right back.
Dinosaur with all of its bones scattered and covered by literally tons of soil and sometimes very hard rock. It's a very difficult task to actually remove that rock and remove it safely so that you don't disturb, break, or lose part of the fossil itself in the process.
And every kid is just crazy about them for some reason. Every child seems to go through a dinosaur phase.
Kids who never outgrow their dinosaur phase sometimes become paleontologists. Why do they care so much about old bones?
Well, that's a question I've been asked ever since the 4th grade by people who were interested in my education, how much it cost. My parents. A tack I took with my parents was, why should we care? Well, if you count noses in Washington, D.C., 10 times as many people go to the National Museum to look at the dinosaurs as go to the National Symphony.
Yeah.
People want to know. People are drawn, a lot of people are drawn to inquire.
Well, I was interested in...
I love that I was hearing this earlier, that line. Some people never outgrow that dinosaur phase.
Kids who never outgrow their dinosaur phase sometimes become paleontologists.
That's me. That's a lot of us as dinosaur paleontologists. Yeah, not everybody. Certainly not everybody. But there's a good chunk of the vertebrate paleontology community are people who were obsessed with fossils and extinct animals from a young age and able to turn that into a career. I've been tremendously fortunate to be able to do that too. So lucky. And it's largely because of the generosity of this community that that's possible. So I can continue to do this and make my living doing science outreach full time, doing field work and research and all that. That's CDB to you. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Holy cow. Again, our raid alerts are not working for whatever reason, but I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How was your stream? Looks like you were doing something called Star Trek Fleet Command. Hope you had fun with that. I hope it went well. Good stuff. If anybody's new here, anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about natural history, talking about extinction and evolution and the fossil record and why it's relevant, why it matters to us in the modern age. Man, does it matter. I'm glad you're here. Yeah. New content on the game, just going through the new stuff. Cool, CDB. Very, very cool. Excellent. I'm glad you had a good time with that. Today, we're just kind of having a fun, chill stream and watching an old documentary about dinosaurs from 1987.
We came here to find fossils.
CPT 20, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome. Yeah, we're watching this old documentary and kind of seeing where the discussion takes us. So, nice chill stream today. I know a lot of people are, including myself, got a lot of feelings about the U.S. elections yesterday. We're taking a break from all that stuff. Just kind of decompressing here. So if that sounds good to you, I hope you stick around. Let's continue with this.
People are drawn, a lot of people are drawn to inquire.
Well, I was interested in paleontology because as far back as I can remember, beginning in 1911, my family took me to the big museums. And I saw all these things, and like present-day children, I was fascinated by them. And so I began to look for fossils where we lived.
I might as well admit it was from the minute I could walk, because I grew up where the little stony hills around, and I was picking up rocks as far back as I can remember.
Suppose it's the same way that most other kids do. When I was 5 years old or something, or 4, my father took me to the Carnegie Museum. We saw the Diplodocus, which we called Diplodocus in those days, and it made a very great impression, the way it always does on kids. And I guess that was how it started.
I grew up with the Denver Museum close by. Went there every year growing up and still go there. Seeing that huge Diplodocus and the Stegosaurus there.
Yeah.
And it's fun to go back and visit these old friends.
This is talking about the Carnegie. Did they see the Carnegie Museum?
Other kids do. When I was 5 years old or something, or 4, my
John
father took me
McIntosh,
to the
holy cow.
Carnegie Museum. We saw the Diplodocus, which we called Diplodocus in those days.
Yeah.
And it made a very great impression, the way it always does on kids. And I guess that was how it started.
That's Dippy, the Diplodocus there. And I happen to have her skull here in this office. And Apollo, Python. No, never played that game. I don't really do a lot of games, to be honest. Yeah. Here, hang on just a sec. Let me grab that. There we go. Still needs some work. Gonna be smoothing and filling in the gaps and painting this skull, but that is the skull 3D printed life size of Dippy Diplodocus. This skull itself is the original is a reconstruction too, and there are parts of it that very much out of date, but as a kind of a historical artifact, it's pretty important and pretty cool. So pretty soon I'll have some time when I can actually get this thing finished, and we can put it up in the background for some streams. But I'm excited about that. And And it says very small. I mean, for an animal that's like 80 plus feet long, this is kind of a small head, I suppose. But in absolute terms, it's like bigger than a horse's head. You know? Certainly bigger than my head. Yeah.
Myosaurs always ate their vegetables.
And Wan Zhang, thank you for the follow. Wan and Zhang. Appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Prehistoric Plaza says, aren't there multiple copies of Dippy in museums across the world? You bet. Yeah, absolutely. Here, I'll play you a clip as we go over this.
To see another day. Much of what we know about Diplodocus is a result of American philanthropy on the grand scale. Not long after the bone wars were over, another American millionaire became fascinated by dinosaurs. Andrew Carnegie, who made a fortune out of steel, read a story.
The wingspan of this flying monster
HD
would have been about 15.5 meters.
Thank you for the 15 months.
That's almost a whole year.
Yeah.
If only there was some sort of Diplodocus song.
HD, thank you for the 15 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you,
in the New York Journal of 1898.
15 months is a long time. That is
Headline
almost
said,
a whole year.
biggest dinosaur ever found. Andrew Carnegie wanted it. He wanted it for his museum in Pittsburgh. What Andrew Carnegie wanted, he usually got. He immediately dispatched a man with a check for $10,000 and the orders, buy it.
In 1895, Carnegie had made his fortune in railroads and steel, and he decided to give to Pittsburgh a palace of culture. And the palace had 4 columns. One was art, another was literature, another was music, and the 4th was science.
Oh, yeah.
In 1898, science meant dinosaurs.
Yeah, there's the original Dippy right there, like we saw in that the documentary that we've been watching. Same skeletal mount there.
Carnegie's money bought him the best bone hunters of the day, but no amount of searching, it seemed, would unearth the skeleton he yearned for. 2 months later, his investment paid off. Carnegie's diggers struck lucky, very lucky.
What they found was this, a giant toe bone of a dinosaur sticking out of the rock.
Yeah.
And they got very excited because when they started excavating the rock from around the toe bone, they found that the toe bones led to the ankle bones, and the ankle bones led to the shin bones of the dinosaur, and the shin bones led to the proverbial thigh bones of the dinosaur. It was the most perfect July 4th that any paleontologist has ever had, and Carnegie got exactly what he paid for, an 84-foot colossal dinosaur. It was named Star Spangled Dinosaur.
Nobody really calls it that,
July
but
4th, Independence Day.
I don't know if it was actually found on July 4th either.
Diplodocus became not only the toast of Pittsburgh and the toast of North America, but it became the toast of the world.
Yeah. It's an excellent book about this.
It became so wildly popular. A tavern song was written in honor of Diplodocus, which only had one verse.
What HD was referencing.
Something like, the crowned heads of Europe all make a royal fuss over Uncle Andy and his old Diplodocus. Uncle Andy must have loved it. He paid for it, and he got everything he paid for and more. Casts of Diplodocus carnegii were made for and installed in Paris, in Vienna, in Bologna, in Berlin, in Leningrad, in La Plata, in Mexico City, and Buenos Aires. That really set the stage for the popularity of dinosaurs and the great studies on dinosaurs. Here was tangible evidence to all the people of Europe of the terrific dinosaur finds that were occurring in North America.
And this was this is the first dinosaur that many, 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 many people around the world ever saw. So for people all over the planet, people around those capital cities of Europe and beyond, you know, in Paris, in London, in Vienna and Bologna and Leningrad and Buenos Aires and Mexico City, members of the public, this is the first dinosaur they ever laid eyes on. So the word dinosaur to them was synonymous with Diplodocus, with this one specimen from Sheep Creek in Wyoming. There's a wonderful book about this that I'd recommend if you find this sort of thing fascinating. It's called An American Dinosaur Abroad. I read it this past summer when I was in Wyoming. And that was really cool because we had with us on the crew Dr. Matthew C. Lamanna. Who was a dinosaur curator at the Carnegie Museum. So we got to talk about this. This is his museum nowadays.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, just for context for anybody who maybe wasn't able to catch
We did some interviews during that.
Matt Lamanna has done a ton of field work all over the world, digging up different dinosaurs in all kinds of cool exotic places. Exotic sounds like almost condescending or something like that. But
I mean, I think some are pretty exotic, so yeah.
And shoot, I've told you this already, but when I was a kid, there is this
Rilo,
TV show that my dad taped for me called The Lost Dinosaurs of Egypt. I think I was about 10 years old, and I thought this was the coolest thing in the world. This group of paleontologists go out to Egypt to try and sort of rediscover some of these mysterious Egyptian dinosaurs, many of which, I think pretty much all of which at that point, had been destroyed in World War II.
100%.
And Matt Lamanna was on that crew, and so I watched that tape so many times I practically wore it out. And now, you know, get to have Matt out here in the field with us, and now you're on my show, which is
and
that
you're
was a ton of fun.
You've been a lifesaver to me and my people as well from Pittsburgh.
Shoot,
so,
I appreciate that. No,
this dude is one of the best field people I've ever worked with. No joke. Yep. And
wow.
he's not paying me to say that. And this is only my second beer, so.
I'm beyond flattered.
Danny is fantastic, absolutely fantastic, and I'm so grateful when I hear stories like what you talked about that show being meaningful to you. I mean, it was certainly a really meaningful experience in my life, and you know, we were hoping it would have an impact on people, and you know, happily, I think it has. So
definitely, yeah. I'm sure you inspired a lot of people to get into paleontology.
It was, I will say, it was about probably.
Here, I'll just give you a link to this. So you can watch the rest of it if you'd like. But this was a fun little interview that we did, and it was just awesome having Matt on the crew this past summer. It was excellent. He really is a big shot, but he doesn't act like it. Yeah, he's a good guy, Matt Lamanna. But yeah. And that has to warm the heart to hear a childhood hero say that. Absolutely, Casey Snowmart. Absolutely. Anyway, we got into this. The Carnegie Museum has the original Dippy the Diplodocus. There are copies all over the world now. Different museums. And, yeah, we got to that from here in this documentary.
Suppose it's the same way that most other kids do. When I was 5 years old or something, or 4, my father took me to the Carnegie Museum. We saw the Diplodocus, which we called Diplodocus in those days.
There you go, Dr. Tara. Welcome. It's good to have you here.
Very great impression, the way it always does on kids. And I guess that was how it started.
I grew up with the Denver Museum close by. Went there every year growing up and still go there. Seeing that huge Diplodocus and the Stegosaurus there. And it's fun to go back and visit these old friends.
It seems the most natural thing in the world to do. I mean, if you like dinosaurs, eventually you go out and dig them up and bring them to a museum, and you look at them and figure out what kind they are and how they lived and where they lived, and it's just natural exploration, following your own curiosity.
Curiosity is the
Agreed.
fuel that keeps these people digging. When they're not busy
I love
collecting
this.
new
This is great.
material, they continue to examine the existing material. They also analyze their own ideas about the creatures that once fleshed out these bones. Robert Bacher has re-examined a few Long Cherry's theories. He knows we don't know everything about these animals.
We sure don't. No, we're just beginning to find out about dinosaurs. Take a simple
Hey,
statistics.
Science Streams. How you
Every
doing,
year
Bullet?
in this
Hello,
state,
hello.
on average, 2 new kinds of dinosaurs are found, like brand new, species we did not know existed. You got to understand, the age of dinosaurs wasn't just one age. The whole
Yeah,
dinosaur
Patch
group
Bucker's
lasted
really young
about
there.
135 million years.
We watched another one that was from like 1968 or something like that. That also had, actually no, it was after that. I think it was in the 70s. That had Bacher in it too, and yeah, it was even younger than this. It's kind of wild. Yeah.
Years, and each individual kind of dinosaurs lasted only a short fraction of that. So there was a whole new
You
cast
recovering?
of characters. About
Trying
every 4
to,
million
but
years,
yeah.
you had a
Yeah,
whole
thanks.
new group of dinosaur species. So there were literally thousands of kinds of dinosaurs. We're only beginning to scratch the surface. We only know 1%, maybe, at best.
Since the 1920s, evidence about dinosaurs had remained fragmentary at best. In 1877, the momentum of dinosaur studies moved from England to these Colorado foothills just west of Denver. Fossils were found in an uplift of sedimentary rock known locally as the Dakota hogback. That discovery firmly established the fledgling science of paleontology in America. At 78, paleontologist George Edmund Lewis still walks the steep incline near the road, now cut along tilted layers of rock. He knows the history of the site quite well.
Oh, Crimson Carnotaurus had a question earlier. Besides Spinosaurus, what else is known to have been taken up at the RAF? All of the dinosaurs there at the museum in Munich. Spinosaurus, maybe possibly 2 species of Spinosaurus there. Bahariosaurus, Egyptosaurus, Carcharodontosaurus, and then a number of other vertebrate fossils. There's some crocodilians and stuff like that from Baharia Oasis, crocodilomorphs. So yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about that another time. That's an interesting story, why those fossils ended up being destroyed, but it's not the RAF's fault necessarily. Yeah. Thank the Nazi regime for that. They're the reason why these priceless fossils were destroyed. Tell you details. We'll probably go over that maybe in like April next year on the anniversary of that bombing raid.
It was in 1877, more than 100 years ago, and Master Jarvis Hall, a school for boys in Golden, part of which later evolved into part of the Colorado School of Mines, had the Reverend Mr. Arthur Lakes, an Anglican clergyman from England, who had been brought over here by the Bishop of Colorado. He was interested in natural history, interested in a lot of things. That's why they picked him as a teacher. Among other things, he made watercolor sketches. And one of his friends, Captain H.C. Beckwith, United States Navy, came out onto the hogback, and they were looking for fossil leaves, which you find in the rocks of the hogback. So after they had made a few collections, they came over to this side of the hogback and started down the slope and stumbled on a number of enormous fossil bones.
Casey Snort says they have a library named after him at the Colorado School of Mines. Is that Lewis or is that Lakes? Who are you referencing there?
That was the discovery. The first time
Arthur Lakes Library. Very cool.
So many.
Yeah, so Arthur Lakes, I can show you another clip. But he's well known in the history of dinosaur paleontology. Here, I'll show you. Here we go. This should do it. Trying to find you the exact clip here. Here we go. Here's an older Bob Barker here. Come on, YouTube. You can do it.
Was hiking, they saw bones. Pieces of bones that eroded out. They were gigantic bones. And he dug. And he made contact with museums back east. He got some advice, but basically he was self-taught.
This is Arthur Lakes.
Is the greatest of the self-taught dinosaur hunters, and he brought back to life Brontosaurus and Apatosaurus and the first Stegosaurus, all of the wonderful beasts of the Jurassic period.
One of Arthur Lake's most important contributions was the scientific record he created. His drawings and watercolors helped identify the locations where he worked, and his detailed use of color indicated the types of sediments where the bones were found.
So these watercolors were really important to scientists because they could go track down those sites that he was working in because of his really accurate depictions of the colors on the rocks. They didn't have photography back then, especially not color photography for like taking field photos of the sites. So they used his watercolors to track down where these different dinosaurs came out. And that way we've got that data. We can actually tell how old they are. We know, from which part of the Morrison Formation did they come from, and then that helps to, pin them down stratigraphically. Really, really important stuff.
Helped identify the locations where he worked.
Yep.
And his detailed use of color indicated the types of sediments where the bones were found.
Bingo. That's
During
Arthur
his own
Lakes.
lifetime, Arthur Lakes didn't get a huge amount of publicity, but he had a very good career here in Colorado. The big guys back east, Professor Marsh, Professor Cope, got most of the credit.
Yeah, we'll talk about that another day. Some of our Bone Wars anniversaries, but it's cool to, see Arthur Lakes come up in this documentary too.
They came over to this side.
Hey, Cat Tactic, how you doing?
And started down the slope.
Hello.
And stumbled on a number of enormous fossil bones. That was the discovery, the first time in history that so many dinosaurs and so complete had ever been found, and for the first time, people knew what dinosaurs really were.
This rock was built in layers. The layers where these remains were found is known to geologists as the Morrison Formation.
Yep.
It takes its name from the little town that nestles in the valley between the mouth of Turkey Creek Canyon and Golden, Colorado.
Originally, the Morrison
they make
Formation
cores
consisted of sands and muds and clays, the kind of things that today make sandstone and mudstone and shale after many years of burial and pressure under thousands of feet of young.
These are just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
Darth Goof, thank you for the 38 months of support. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. Excellent. Thanks for keeping me online for the past 38 months.
Younger rocks that originally lay atop the Morrison.
And
Now,
cool, Casey, yeah.
As you look at the
Colorado's
Morrison
got
today
dinosaurs
in the
galore.
Dakota, and at the fountain of the Hogback, these things are tilted some tens of degrees to the east. Well, you see, that couldn't have happened naturally when they were deposited, because they had to be deposited in an essentially horizontal position.
Tilting rocks and uplifting mountains are a regional phenomenon.
Oh, is that Red Rocks
of the
there, Casey
colossal
Stone?
global
Cool.
dynamics of moving land masses. Immense Earth changes may help explain why similar kinds of dinosaur remains have been found on different continents.
Here, we'll get to this in a minute, but first, talking about Red Rocks, this came up in one of the talks at SVP this weekend. Amy Atwater was giving a talk about Dinosaur Ridge in Colorado. I've never been there. But, very, very cool place. And Amelia Bedelia, thank you for the 32 months of support.
Ontogeny.
I really appreciate that. Thank you, Amelia. Keeping me online for the past 32 months. Excellent stuff. Here, take a look at this. So, paleoichnologist Martin Lockley discovered this site way back in the day. Check those out. Here, I don't think they have any narration, so I'm just gonna say, oh, they do, never mind.
My name is Erin LeCount, and I'm the Education Programs Director
I met
here
her
at
at the
Dinosaur
meeting.
Ridge. In
Cool.
1973, Dinosaur Ridge was designated as a National Natural Landmark. And in 2011, Triceratops Trail, our secondary site, was designated part of that landmark through the Morrison and Golden Fossil Areas National Natural Landmark.
Nice.
This dedicates both areas as really important fossil sites, important for our historical heritage, and a really important site to be protected under national park guidelines.
My name is Martin Lockley. I'm a paleontologist affiliated with Dinosaur Ridge and the University of Colorado,
This t-shirt.
Denver. I've been involved with Dinosaur Ridge since the organization was founded back in the 1980s. And
You
we
discovered
are
the
here
site.
at one of the most iconic locations, what we would call the main track site, which in fact has been voted or designated the #1 dinosaur track site in the USA.
Very
There
cool.
are something like 250,000 people.
I'll just give you my message up front. Try not to go extinct. That's it.
Drake Ion 1, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
People who come here to see these tracks every year. So let me tell you just a little bit about why they're so important and so significant. These tracks are associated with the Cretaceous time period from about 100 million years ago, and there are two common track types here. The more chunky, larger ones were made by a kind of duck-billed dinosaur, something like Iguanodon, which is one of the best-known dinosaurs and one of the first dinosaurs ever discovered in Cretaceous rocks.
Yep, I saw that earlier in the documentary.
It is a relative of the
Mary Ann Mantell
larger
found
duck-billed
those
dinosaurs,
iguanodon
which
teeth.
evolved towards the end of the Cretaceous. The other track, which is more slender, three-toed track, it was made by a carnivorous dinosaur, a theropod dinosaur, and it actually has the name, the track has the name Magno Avipes, which literally means big bird track.
foot, yeah.
And this tells us that these track-making carnivorous dinosaurs were really rather like large birds, like today's emu. This is
really, really cool stuff. I'll give you a link to this. I've never been to Dinosaur Ridge, but you should totally go, Casey, the next time you get the chance. And if you see Amy Atwater there, let's see. Amy Atwater, paleontologist, so you can recognize her. There she is right there. Amy's really cool. We were at Museum of the Rockies together back in the day, and now she works there at Dinosaur Ridge. So yeah. Tell her Danny Anduza says hi. Yeah, and this kind of gets me right here because Martin Lockley just passed away about this time last year. And so there was a bunch of in memoriam stuff for him at SVP this year. But world's #1 dinosaur tracker, Martin Lockley. World's foremost expert on dinosaur footprints and trackways. And we lost him just this past year. I got to spend some time with him at a different conference last summer of 2023. And I'm glad I did. I didn't realize that'd be the last time I'd ever see him. Anyway, paleo salute to Martin Lockley here. Again, here's a link to this video. There you go. Let's continue. The reason I brought that up is that there was a road that was built to go up to Red Rocks here, like an old mountain road. And that, while they were, I think, doing some dynamiting there in order to build the road, they exposed some fossil trackways. And Martin Lockley discovered this as he was going through, and they ended up closing the road up to Red Rocks. I think they had to build an additional road because that one was going to end up destroying the trackways. So the fact that that area is protected is a testament to the good people of Colorado and their passion for preserving this natural heritage site. So yeah, I guess I ended up building a different road up to Red Rocks.
Mechanics of moving land masses. Immense Earth changes may help explain why similar kinds of dinosaur remains have been found on different continents.
Yep.
The science of plate tectonics tells us that once there was a huge continent.
Oh, this was new stuff in the 80s.
Pangea.
Yeah.
In those days, the Atlantic Ocean hadn't opened up that far. It really began to open up in a big way just about the time the Morrison was being deposited, which explains why you could have these same animals in two such widely separated areas.
Yep.
They could walk across on dry land. The other thing is that in many places in those days you had seaways and you had vast stretches of salt water between the Rocky Mountains and the east coast of North America, for example, quite apart from the Atlantic Ocean.
The land once covered by an inland sea is now the high and dry western United States. It is
good stuff. Hey, hang on. Just a second, though. Let's take a look at our 3D printer. You can see the Sinosauropteryx head starting to emerge there. You see the eyeball right there? This is, yeah, a face. Yes, indeed. Casey's no art. Exciting. Yeah, this will be done in like less than an hour. Oh, man. And then we can start on the torso. Good stuff. Let's continue.
It's a good place to hunt for dinosaur bones. 20 years have passed since Robert Bacher speculated Colorado just might have enough dinosaur fossils to keep him busy.
Fell madly in love with the state because there are more dinosaurs per acre.
Yep,
more
Badger
dinosaurs per
PLA.
person in Colorado.
Hatchbox
Wyoming,
PLA.
Anywhere else.
Bronze
You can't
color.
get fossil bones unless you cover the skeletons. Otherwise, the bones would just rot. Well, on average, Colorado has been a low tropical landscape with lots of sediment being deposited. So if you're a dinosaur and you died, you had a pretty good chance of being covered up. That's number one.
Dinosaur bones are not really bones anymore. They have undergone the process of petrification that has hardened them to rock. A dead dinosaur might be covered by...
Oh, and this is good. We've got... Okay. I've got to make sure that I take a clip from this. Here. I'll grab that. Share. Start. Copy. This is going to be good. I'll have a different video that I can use for fossilization. Because right now our classic one is this one right here. If anybody's ever wondered, like, how do I... Well, here. If anybody is intensely interested in fossils, and they've wondered, you know, how can I become a fossil? Here's a step-by-step guide on how to do that.
Here's a step-by-step guide to becoming a fossil. Step 1, die. Once you are dead, your remains may be scavenged by other organisms. Step 2, get buried fast. If you are buried rapidly, your remains
You were just
won't
wondering that
completely
Casey's no
decay
idea.
or be carried away by scavengers. Your best bet for rapid burial is to die near or in a river, lake, or ocean, where water can deposit sediment over you.
Yep.
Step 3, soak in groundwater for a long, long time. Groundwater contains minerals. Over time, dissolved minerals can harden after filling in cavities in your skeleton, or the water can dissolve your skeleton, leaving only minerals in its place. Either way, your skeleton will turn to stone, and you'll be a fossil.
Yep. Pretty simple.
4. Wait to be exposed. As the years go by, if you're lucky, sea levels can fall or rock can erode and expose you. Then, if your luck holds out, you might get spotted by a fossil hunter and wind up in a museum collection where scientists can study you to learn about evolution.
That's the dream. Yeah. So that's our classic explanation of that right there. Let's see how this documentary does it.
That has hardened them to rock. A dead dinosaur might be covered by layers of silt and clay. The bones became compressed and replaced by seeping mineralized groundwater.
Okay.
You can't find a dinosaur that's totally covered by rock. A little bit of it's got to be eroded out so you can see it.
Yep.
Occasionally, these burial places were uplifted and the process of erosion would take over. The bones would eventually become exposed.
This is how we
Wherever
find them
people
in the
come
first
across
place.
These exposed remains, they become curious. Ruth Mason grew up on land homesteaded by her parents just outside.
Oh, this is cool. I have seen this clip before, I think, somewhere. But yeah. Dino Dax wants to know, what's the youngest fossil that's been found? Well, it really depends on who you ask. That's the thing, is that fossilization isn't like flipping a switch. It's a gradual kind of process. And so things might be semi-fossilized. They might be only partially permineralized, or there might be other modes of preservation where is it truly like a fossil? It's kind of a loose category, you know? Dinosaur fossils are all fossilized, you know, because the bones wouldn't last 66 plus million years unless they were actually fossilized. But the more recent you get, say Pleistocene stuff from about 10,000 to 15,000 years ago, like Rancho La Brea stuff, is it actually fossilized? You might find bones preserved in a cave, and they might not have actually gone that mineral replacement process called permineralization. Maybe they're just protected from the elements, and that's why they've survived that long. Are they actually fossils? You ask different people, you'll get different answers. So it's kind of more subjective, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. In other words, how long until I can become a fossil? The rough answer that you'll normally get is about 10,000 years. But again, it's subjective, for sure. And let's see. That skin from the other day, how would that have become preserved so well? And Jonathan, we're studying that, yeah. So the Dakota, the dinosaur mummy skin. There we go. This preserved skin from Dakota. This is actual fossilized skin. Not a skin impression, but the actual fossilized skin, it seems like, if I remember correctly. And we think that Dakota, after she died, she lied there on the surface for a long time, carcass dried out, the soft parts were eaten or rotted away, and there was just really, really tough skin that kind of hardened in the, under the sun, and then she got buried, and that already hardened skin, that dried up skin, was quickly permineralized. So bits of it had, like the organic parts were replaced by minerals kind of seeping into that. Does that make sense? Yeah. And desert climate back then? No, far from it. It might have been seasonally dry, but this animal lived in an environment would have looked a lot like this. Lots of broad-leaved trees, horsetails, ferns. Almost like modern-day, Florida or like a Louisiana bayou, something like that. This kind of environment. But during it in certain places out on a floodplain, you might have an area where it's pretty dry. You know, maybe it's been a while since it's rained and things are allowed to desiccate for a bit. But overall, this is kind of what that environment was like. So, kind of swampy, wet, warm, like subtropical. Yeah. That's the depositional environment. That's what the Hell Creek Formation kind of environment it represents. Yeah. But yeah. So the skin was almost pseudo-bone to the minerals. Yeah, basically. And Jonathan, yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Anywho, let's get back to our video here and talk about Ruth Mason.
Wherever people come across these exposed remains, they become curious. Ruth Mason grew up on land homesteaded by her parents just outside Faith, South Dakota. Now called Grandma by just about everyone, Ruth spent many...
BB Green. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
Many childhood hours wandering the ranch.
Mummified. There you go, DNH.
She was probably looking for some quiet moments away from a cabin crowded with 8 brothers and sisters.
Oh, boy.
On her journeys, she picked up rocks.
That's some Little House on the Prairie stuff right there. 8 brothers and sisters?
Now called Grandma by just about everyone, Ruth spent many childhood hours wandering the ranch. She was probably looking for some quiet moments away from a cabin crowded with 8 brothers and sisters.
Jeez.
On her journeys, she picked up rocks.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I picked
Welcome,
up
Wicked
rocks
Rich. Good to have you here.
Bones and what have you. I wasn't too old when here on the riverbank, this riverbank, is where the biggest piece of bone that I seen was sticking out of that bank. Oh, it's over 50 years ago. So I just wondered what this big bone was from. It was a great big one.
We found a big tyrannosaurus.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
That needs to be an alert. That's so good. I love that.
It was a great big one.
We found a big tyrannosaurus.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
I'm gonna grab that right now. Here. There we go. And I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come. There we go. I love that. It's great.
Big bone was from. It was a great big one.
We found a big tyrannosaurus.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come and started digging.
This crew is exposing the fossilized bones of an anatosaur.
Is that Pete
These
Larson?
remains, carefully separated from their matrix and articulated, will look much like this specimen at the Museum of Natural History in Denver.
As the Dreamer says, I got here pretty late. What species skin is this and where was it found? It's this same animal, Edmontosaurus. So we were talking about Dakota the dinosaur mummy here, who is also an Edmontosaurus. Yeah. What's this? Is that... I think this is the one at the South Dakota School of Mines. Or is this the one at Denver? No, this is the one at Denver. Yeah.
The hope of finding more pieces of this gigantic puzzle keeps the diggers picking away at their assigned portion of hillside.
When I was a little kid, like 8, I was interested in dinosaurs, and I even thought about growing up to be a paleontologist. And as I got older, I just found other things more compelling. But when this chance to do this came up, I just couldn't say no. If I wanted to do this on my own, just for fun, I wouldn't even know how to start. So it's like you're going with experts who know what they're doing, and they can say, don't do that. Whereas you might just go ahead and do it and wreck it.
Volunteers may only have a few days or weeks to experience the thrill of uncovering fragments that have been buried under layers of time. Soon, reluctantly, they must go home to earn their...
Lup Looper says, are fossils typically that reddish brown, or does it depend on where they're found? No, it absolutely depends on the rocks in which they come out of and the minerals that were present that actually fossilized the bone. So most bone is kind of, bone color. Whitish. When bones bleach in the sun, they turn more whitish, A lot of the organic material kind of decomposes and they get bleached white. But after that happens, as the bones are being fossilized, you've got different minerals that seep in, and that changes the coloration of the bone. So some bones are going to be white, 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 like ones in the Gobi Desert of Mongolia. A lot of these are... The surrounding rock might be brown, it might be like almost a bright red, like here, but the bones themselves are this lovely kind of whitish, and that's because the minerals that are replacing the organic material in the bone have that kind of whitish color. So like the Namek and Djakta formations of Mongolia, you get this characteristic like white bone there. Whereas, here's an Allosaurus skeleton. Here's actual fossil bone right there. The Morrison Formation is famous for bone that's like almost kind of jet black. Like our Camarasaurus skull up here. I painted this kind of dark gray, almost black, because that's what the bone typically looks like in that situation. It has to do with the mineralogy of that region, and that same mineralogy also makes them radioactive. Take a look at this.
But in 1979, Jim Jensen searched a new site at Dry Mesa in Utah.
So the Morrison Formation had a lot of uranium.
On the Colorado Plateau, you can find dinosaurs with a Geiger counter.
You don't actually find them with a Geiger counter. Not really. Not like this, at least. Yeah, was it, I think Carol and Ramal Jones have managed to do this under, like, controlled conditions using a special device that they invented for it. It's not as simple as this. And this sort of thing only really works in the Morrison Formation, only in key areas where there's a lot of uranium.
Because the bones have absorbed uranium oxide from water as they fossilized. This time, he struck it rich and came home with a gigantic shoulder blade from an animal that resembled a brachiosaur. Nothing so huge had ever been found before.
Pretty
Using models
cool.
of bones of a brachiosaur scaled up to match the shoulder blade, Jim Jensen built a reconstruction of a foreleg of the animal he calls Ultrasaurus.
Yeah. It's large.
Its head was high enough to look in at a window on the 5th floor of a building.
So, there's a lot to be said about Ultrasaurus, aka Ultrasauros, aka Supersaurus. Bits of this that appear brachiosaur might actually just come from a very, very large brachiosaurus. Other bits of it seem to be from a more diplodocoid type dinosaur, maybe like a really, really big Diplodocus or Barosaurus. It's been called Supersaurus for now, but that might change in the future. The whole thing is a mess. That's what I'll say about that. But we do know that dinosaurs got tremendously large like this, but the name Ultrasaurus is no longer used. So, yeah. Anywho, and She Who Geeks says, okay, but what is that really? We can talk about it for a minute if you'd like to. Ultrasaurus. 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 That's the one we're looking for. So yeah. So it turns out that some of the bones that were named Ultrasaurus turned out to come from Supersaurus instead. In fact, probably originally belonged to the original Supersaurus specimen, which was discovered in the same quarry in 1972. Therefore, Ultrasaurus became a junior synonym of Supersaurus, which had been named first and thus retains priority, so the name Ultrasaurus was abandoned. There's Jim Jensen there, with that same model that you just saw in that clip. There is that specimen, which is now referred to as Supersaurus. It might just be a super, super big Barosaurus. And Barosaurus and Diplodocus themselves are extraordinarily similar to the point where we're not completely sure if they're different animals. The thing is, digging up critters this big takes a lot of time. And there's time and money and energy and backbreaking labor. It also makes them difficult to study in the laboratory. And with bones that are that large, they tend to deform as they're fossilizing a little bit. So like it's like on these Allosaurus vertebrae right here, the transverse processes tend to droop because the thing is just so big that they tend to like droop and stuff gets squashed, and you can get a lot of deformation in sauropod bones like that. And sometimes dinosaur paleontologists get a little bit too excited about those subtle differences caused by taphonomic processes. They go, oh, well, this one looks different. Surely it's a new species. That's not always warranted. So anyway, it's one of the reasons why sauropod dinosaur phylogeny is so complicated. There's a lot could go wrong, and nobody ever finds a totally complete skeleton of one of these things, because think about the amount of sediment that you would need to bury the whole animal. Usually the whole animal doesn't even get buried in the first place. Bits of it get eaten, they get carried off by streams, or, you know, if the dinosaur's carcass like falls into a river, you know, you might have the head and the tail sticking out either end, and they're not going to get buried. They're just so tremendously large that it presents a lot of problems when it comes to studying, you know? But them being so large also makes them super cool, so... yeah. Anywho, I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway. And might need a heavy lift helicopter to get some of the bones out. Yeah, DNH, no joke. Yeah, the team from the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota, with Denver and Liz, they had a talk about this. About a big helicopter lift that they had. I think it's the biggest one ever so far. Here we go.
Digging these bones out of the ground is a slow process.
It is indeed, Kai Border. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. It's good to have you here. Looking for images here. There we go. Denver posted about this a while ago. 2 dinosaurs lifted successfully out of the Badlands. This articulated tyrannosaur is going to be pretty. Lots of news to come out on this. 9,000 pounds of dinosaur and 1,000 pounds of steel needed a Chinook. It's one of these giant dual-rotor cargo helicopters. And that is a huge helicopter. Yes, indeed. There is a photo right there of this lift. They got it onto a trailer, and they had to build a giant steel frame around it in order to get the thing secured and keep it from falling apart. They didn't want to take any chances with this because there's a whole dinosaur in there. A beautiful tyrannosaur. And so they're getting that prepped right now, and man, the pictures that I've seen are gorgeous. Just absolutely beautiful. Here, do we have video here? Oh, very, very cool. Here, check this out.
The team at Dickinson's Badlands Dinosaur Museum had a busy summer, finding new fossils and more parts of dinosaurs they already uncovered. Sarah Berlinger reports on their progress.
The Badlands Dinosaur Museum curator is back in the museum after a summer of field work. He says he and the team made many
That's Denver Fowler, my old crew chief.
That I haven't shown anybody yet. We have a beautiful skull in the lab, and we collected more of its neck, and then part of its shoulder, and some of its limb bones.
Dr. Fowler says they also found bones from smaller dinosaurs at sites in Montana and North Dakota. He says one of the team's goals is to not just put the dinos on display, but to post about the process of uncovering them on their social media.
One of the things we're trying to do is not just show the end product, like we've described a new dinosaur, but show all the different steps.
He adds that he is also working on a baby T-Rex project that he believes will help with
Chomper.
outreach and putting the Dickinson Museum on the map.
Oh,
Make
yeah.
it possible for people all around the world to be able to see a reconstruction of Chomper in a local museum. So I'm sort of coordinating that at the moment.
Dr. Fowler says he appreciates working in an area with plenty of dinos and is looking forward to getting more on display. In Dickinson, I'm Sarah Berlinger reporting for your News Leader.
Very cool stuff.
Well, parts of the Tyrannosaur that was moved by helicopter from Montana to Dickinson is now on display in the museum.
Pretty cool. Yeah, it was really nice to be able to see Denver again. You know, I spent a lot of time together in the field over the years. I think like 8 field seasons together, 7 or 8 in Montana. And I hadn't seen him since like 2017. So it was really nice to be able to catch up at the conference last week. And is that a Land Before Time reference? No, actually, because that baby T-Rex, when it was first discovered by Lee Hall back in 2006, he thought it was an alligator. I'm not saying, like, this is not ha-ha, he thought it was an alligator, but nobody had ever found a baby T-Rex before. So he finds this little jaw with these beautiful little teeth in it, and he goes, oh, that's really cool. It's got to be an alligator, right? Those are pretty common around here. Yeah. So years later, I think it was like 2013, Denver Fowler was going through the collections, and he sees a little paper bag that said alligator jaw on it. He's like, oh, I think I'll open that. Everybody loves alligators. So he opens it up, and he goes, holy cow, this is a baby T-Rex jaw. Because Lee Hall took really good locality data in the field back in 2006, Denver was able to relocate the site and go in and find more of it. And so that's why we have that specimen today. Thank you. All right, Lordy just brought me some tea. Excellent. Love gators and surprise T-Rexes. Yeah. Good stuff. There might even be... I wonder if Ashley Hall... Ashley is married to Lee. I wonder if she has a bit about that
We're going to be talking to you about the Tyrannosaurus
in this video
series on display at Museum of the Rockies. These beautiful fossils are on display in the Hall of Horns and Teeth exhibit. The smallest skull on the left is called Chomper and represents a very young juvenile life stage of a T-Rex, which is between 1 and 2 years old.
So Chomper, I was able to help excavate some pieces of in 2013 and 2014 when we went back to the site under Denver Fowler's leadership.
Second skull is a replica of the dinosaur commonly known as Jane. Jane is considered the most complete teenage Tyrannosaurus Rex ever found.
Anywho, let's get to Chomper. Good here.
Every living thing, T-Rex started small and it went through various growth stages as it aged. When T-Rex was young, its skull was very long and narrow with slender knife-like teeth in its mouth, large eyes, and a smooth-looking snout. A long, slender body with long, slender arms. As T-Rex matured, its skull got larger and bulkier.
Yes. Now, man, for those of you who are new, this is a subject we talk about all the time here. You don't understand dinosaur biology if you don't understand their growth as individuals over their lifetimes, the way that they change. We call that
ontogeny.
Ontogeny. Yeah. Yeah. It's really important to understand because they change so dramatically that different growth stages have been named as different dinosaurs before. So the more fossils you have, the more clear it becomes that, like, oh, we're looking at a growth series rather than different kinds of animals, you know? So, yeah, ontogeny.
Got larger and more robust, and the top of its snout became more gnarled, and horn-like projections made of keratin started forming over the eyes. Its body became longer, thicker, and heavier. Previous studies have estimated that T-Rex grew at almost 2.5 kilograms or 5.5 pounds per day.
Holy cow. Imagine putting on 5.5 pounds every day. It'd be like every day is Thanksgiving. Yeah.
Learn about these fossils, but what we've learned so far has bettered our understanding of Tyrannosaurus rex and its relatives.
Yep.
All right, so now it's time for our Fossil Friday close-up. This is the part of the show where we get to show fossils from our collection up close
very
and
cool.
personal. So today I brought some really special fossils to share with you, and I want to start with
This is
one right
Chomper's skull.
This
Yeah.
is Chomper, the 1 to 2 year old
3D printed right
baby
there.
Tyrannosaurus rex that was found by Lee Hall in 2010.
So Lee is married to Ashley nowadays. That's why they share the same last
This
name.
is actually a 3D print, a 3D copy of the actual specimen. Now, when Lee
Now, I gotta see if I can get the files for this, because that would be lovely to have. I've got another one over here. There we go. Right there. This is a juvenile T-Rex that I 3D printed. The whole skeleton right there. And, yeah. It's a sculpt, however. The one that Ashley is holding, parts of that are based on the real fossil specimens. So Larry Whitmer's lab put this together. Whitmer, Chomper, Tyrannosaurus. There we go. Whitmer lab at Ohio University. By scanning the original bits, they were able to create this reconstruction, which I'm pretty sure is the same one that Ashley's holding right there. It looks a little bit different from the one that I have. I'd love to get hold of these original files, so that I'll have so I can do a comparison with the sculpted one that I have, see how accurate that one is. Because I suspect there's a few things that are maybe a little bit off. But it's really interesting in that here you can actually see which parts are real and which parts are sculpted. The super detailed bits like this, that look kind of scrungy, the distal end of the dennary right here, and then proximal end of the dennary. You see all those cracks and kind of imperfections. That's because this was real fossil bone that was scanned. The stuff that looks really smooth is stuff that's been filled in. But it can be filled in very accurately because we've got very close relatives like Tarbosaurus, for whom we actually have baby skulls. And so this is like super, super, super close cousin of T-Rex. Some researchers think that Tyrannosaurus actually evolved from Tarbosaurus. So this could be a direct ancestor, depending on who you talk to. So yeah, that's how we're able to fill in the blanks. It's not guesswork per se. It's based on real evidence. So there might be a few subtle differences between this and the baby Tarbosaurus, but they're gonna be subtle, you know? That makes sense? Yeah. And Dr. Dino, hello to you. Welcome, welcome. And Wolvulus says your room is sick. I love it. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah. And Hugin says, do we have an idea about which dinosaurs would have been either cold-blooded or lukewarm-blooded, or were they all warm-blooded? That kind of depends on who you ask. There's the general consensus is that most, if not all, non-bird dinosaurs were warm-blooded. Thank you for the follow, Shihu Geeks. I appreciate you. back in the day, it was assumed that dinosaurs were cold-blooded. Like, they're reptiles after all, right? But then multiple lines of evidence started to suggest otherwise. The skeletal structure of a lot of dinosaurs, you know, shows that they didn't drag their tails. They would have been fairly active animals. Many of them would have been very fast runners. That's consistent with being warm-blooded. Larger brains than you would expect in a cold-blooded animal also suggest that maybe they were warm-blooded. Then you do things like cutting the bones open and looking at the growth rates. Those are indicative of warm-blooded animals. Then we realize that birds evolved from dinosaurs. Birds today are super warm-blooded. Most birds have got a higher metabolisms than an equivalent-sized mammal. Birds are more warm-blooded than mammals are, on average. And now, by actually looking at the chemistry of preserved dinosaur bone, you can infer metabolism from that, too. And it seems like most, if not all, dinosaurs were warm-blooded. I'll find you something here. Let's see. There we go. The Field Museum here. This study is a little bit controversial because it suggests that stegosaurs and other ornithischian dinosaurs might have been cold-blooded based on their methods. But that doesn't really jibe with their growth rates. A lot of these critters grew remarkably fast, which is indicative of a warm-blooded animal. There's some paleontologists who think that sauropods would have been cold-blooded because they're just so big. They would have needed way too much food to be warm-blooded, so they must have been cold-blooded. But this study says, nope, the chemistry of their bones shows that they're warm-blooded. So you get different lines of evidence that gets interpreted different ways by different dinosaur workers. But the growing general agreement is that most, maybe all, dinosaurs were warm-blooded. Meaning that they generated their own body heat by burning calories, rather than by warming themselves in the sun, like a lizard or a turtle or something. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway, let me give you a link to this one right here. That's right there from the Field Museum. And then, this one too. Some interesting stuff. And Wolvulus says 4-chambered hearts tend to indicate dinosaurs were warm-hearted. That's the thing, is we don't really know what kind of hearts dinosaurs had, though. There was one Thescelosaurus specimen called Willow at the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences. There's a weird concretion in its chest that's been interpreted as a heart, but that's been disputed in more recent years. Willow, Thescelosaurus heart. I don't know if I can find a video on that. Shoot. But yeah. Willow, the little dinosaur with a heart. Aww. There's this weird lump found in its chest, and it had been interpreted as a fossilized heart. And there have been CT scans and stuff run on it, but yeah, we don't. There's no. Oh, hang on. Oh, yes! Sinosauropteryx is done. I'm gonna go snatch that off the 3D printer. This is very much disputed. That's what I'll say about that. Yeah. Let's go grab this off the printer, huh? Oh boy. Look at that. That is lovely. It's bigger than I thought it was going to be. Man, this is going to be a decent sized animal. I wanted to print it just shy of 1 meter long. Yeah, that's going to be really nice. Check that out. So this is the head and neck of Sinosauropteryx, which I'm really excited to print and then paint because we actually know the coloration of this dinosaur. Fossilized feathers have yielded melanosomes, color cells, preserved on the critter, so you can look at those and determine the coloration. You know, this animal was kind of an orangish brown with white stripes running up its tail. Good stuff. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm really happy with how this looks so far. Very nice. It's gonna need a little bit of smoothing, but overall, detail's pretty good. Excellent print. Happy about that. Yeah. Oh yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm stoked. And starting to print the torso right now. So we'll have this thing done in a couple days. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. And yeah, I'm gonna paint it, Loopers. That's the idea. I'm gonna paint it to look like the real thing. So we're gonna have a fleshed out Sinosauropteryx here in the office that I can bring out for Thursday Birds Day and for other cool stuff like that. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be real good. Anyhow. But yeah, yeah. Doesn't quite want to stay like that. But that's okay. Torso is going to take about 9 hours to print, and let me go check on this real quick. Yeah, we're good. I almost wonder if it's too big. Oh, and sorry, I nudged the camera. Let me fix that. Shoot, is this gonna be too big? That head is pretty large. But nah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah. And Ms. Yvette, feel free to send me an email. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, we'll talk more about Sinosauropteryx in the future, but for now, maybe just pull up a quick video. These guys were featured in a Jurassic World video game, and they did a really good job depicting it. Let me show you that.
So smoothly, and that
really lovely. They are attacking a goat. Don't tell Mary. Yeah. Really lovely. It's a good depiction of this animal. We won't go into too much detail right now, but let me say that there is a really interesting paper that came out this past spring that suggests that Sinosauropteryx, this animal, and some of the other compsognathid dinosaurs might not be what we think they are. they might be juveniles of other kinds of dinosaurs. So Compsognathidae, Sinosauropteryx, Compsognathus, Spuriamimus, Juravenator, they might just be babies of larger carnivorous dinosaurs. So it might be that what you're looking at here is a baby. Again, ontogeny, extraordinarily important. And those are feathers, yes indeed. Jessivanitas, yep. Sinosauropteryx is a really important dinosaur to the history of dinosaur paleontology. Because it was the first dinosaur that was found with definitive feathers like this. The first non-bird dinosaur, outside of Archaeopteryx. So here was immediate proof that, oh shoot, dinosaurs like this had feathers. That was actually at SVP in 1996. Yeah, it's a really cool story. I'll tell you another time. We've got other stuff to do today, but oh man. Yeah. There were like whispers going around the conference. I think it was held in New York in 1996. And they're like, yeah, did you hear? Like, Xuxing has got a feathered dinosaur. You know, and then somebody started passing around some photos and like, holy cow, there it is. Oh man. It was an exciting time. So I'm told. Anyway, Wolvulus says, can we estimate the age of an animal with bone ossification? Fusion, like bone fusion is often an unreliable indicator of maturity. But what you can do is cut the bones open and count the growth rates inside. Do what we call bone histology. And it's not really been done on any Compsognathids, to my knowledge. We need to start doing those tests. But yeah. But yeah. Anyway, it's really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. But yeah, anyhow. Let's go ahead and get back to our documentary here, shall we? There we go.
Living in usual pursuits. What about these scientists for whom it is not a hobby, but a passion?
And hang on. Wolvulus says, because in regular x-rays for humans, you can estimate the age of the patient with just ossification. Yeah, that doesn't work for dinosaurs. Their skeletons are a lot more complicated in the sense that different bones will fuse together and then they'll unfuse later on in ontogeny. You might have one half of the skull that's fused and the other half doesn't. You get certain parts of certain vertebrae that fuse up earlier in ontogeny than other ones, and then later on they unfuse. Like, skeletal fusion is just not a reliable indicator of age in dinosaurs. It's much more complicated than that. Yeah. But yeah, you bet.
And a livelihood.
Well, you have to be excited. I'm always excited at a new discovery, but...
Here, I'll scoot back a little bit. This is neat because, you know, on field crews, we always need volunteers, and it's neat that they're showing this way back in 1987, too.
This chance to do this came up, I just couldn't say no. If I wanted to do this on my own, just for fun, I wouldn't even know how to start. So it's like you're going with experts who know what they're doing, and they can say, don't do that. Whereas you might just go ahead and do it and wreck it.
Volunteers may only have a few days or weeks to experience the thrill of uncovering fragments that have been buried under layers of time. Soon, reluctantly, they must go home to earn their living in usual pursuits.
Yep. The majority of the work that gets done digging up dinosaurs in the field is done by volunteers. That's just kind of the way it is. There's not enough money to pay everybody on a field crew. There's often not enough money to pay for the paleontologists who are on a field crew. Like, oftentimes we have to volunteer as well. So, like, I'm not getting paid when I'm out there in Wyoming and Utah digging up dinosaurs. Except that I am getting paid through Twitch, through streaming. But apart from that, you know, I'm volunteering. So, yeah. Ms. Yvette wants to know, do you know if dinosaurs had osteoporosis? We do have some examples of dinosaurs where the bone is being resorbed later on in life. But I don't know if you would call that osteoporosis. That's a good question. I'm not totally sure. Yeah.
What about these scientists for whom it is not a hobby, but a passion and a livelihood?
Well, you have to be excited. I'm always excited at new discovery, but
James Madsen,
having collected an awful lot of
whom
dinosaur
Allosaurus
bones,
madsoni, Jim Madsoni is named.
my first feeling is blind fear. Because if you see any part of a skeleton, you have two options. It means that it's either the last part of the skeleton or the first part, or something in between. And we believe very strongly in the notion that if you kill it, you clean it. If you find it and you're ready to take on that responsibility, then you better do it right. And it becomes a very, very expensive proposition, collecting a dinosaur.
So Jim Madsen right here has a dinosaur named after him nowadays. Allosaurus jimadsoni is named after James Madsen, dinosaur paleontologist. Yeah. So it's a different species of Allosaurus than the Allosaurus fragilis that everybody knows. It was just named a few years ago, 2020. Pretty cool. So, named after this guy. Yeah. Starling Fence says, how does a bone unfuse, and why would it fuse in the first place, just to unfuse later? Those are good questions. Yeah. When we're talking about bone fusion here, we're talking about, like, vertebrae, like the... Make it like the neural arch and the transverse processes and the neural spine all fuse onto the centrum. So, think about like this right here. You've got a vertebra. There's the centrum, the body of the vertebra at the bottom. And then you get all these projections. You got the pre-zygapophyses in the front, the transverse processes on the side, the neural spine on the top. These don't start off all as one bone. Like they fuse together as the animal matures. And so traditionally that's been used as an indicator of maturity. Now, here we go. There's a... you've got a caudal vertebra, and that's a different vertebra right there. I thought it was going to show us different parts of it. But anyway, immature animals, they're separate, and then they fuse together later on. But that's the thing, is that it's not as simple as that. Sometimes those parts take a while to fuse on. Maybe the right side fuses and the left side doesn't. So like that level of fusion like that is not a reliable indicator of whether or not the animal is skeletally mature. It's more complicated than that. Dinosaurs do weird and interesting things as they grow, and it's complex. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. That giant leg on the last day there. Yeah, Charlie's Dragon shoot. Yeah. And there you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, with humans, the fusion is permanent. Yeah. In critters like crocodilians, like alligators, they will fuse certain parts of their skull during ontogeny, and then they'll unfuse parts of it later. Like, it's really weird, and it might have something to do with skull kinesis. So they've got these big, powerful jaws. Certain parts of their skull need to flex a little bit in order to keep from breaking. Might have something to do with that. I don't know if anybody really understands why they fuse and unfuse different parts of their skull seemingly at random. But, yeah. And given that crocodiles are the closest living relatives to dinosaurs that have teeth, crocodiles have crocodiles and alligators, crocodilians have teeth, and among toothed animals, they're the closest living relatives of dinosaurs. Birds are more closely related. They are dinosaurs, literally, but birds don't have teeth anymore. So if you're trying to look at an animal with teeth and trying to figure out how the skull fuses and everything, they're our best bet nowadays, if that makes sense. Birds are not always a good analogy in that respect because birds have extraordinarily lightweight skulls. They're adapted for flying, so their skulls are just, sometimes they're barely there. You know, the wispiest bones, the most lightweight sort of structure they can manage. And so they're not always a great analog for dinosaurs in that regard. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway. I hope that makes sense. Luplooper says life-size Bronto print when? That's gonna be a while. Here, let's check on our Sinosauropteryx first of all. So far, so good, it looks like. Just doing that first layer here. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna print a life-size Apatosaur. They tend to be pretty large, you know? I do have a life-size Allosaurus skull that I showed off yesterday on stream. Things like, you know, life-size baby Tyrannosaurus skeleton. And, life-size Protoceratops skull. Right there. That's pretty, it's kind of hefty. But yeah, I'm not going to have any 70-ton sauropods printed anytime soon. I can tell you that. One thing, I don't have room where I live. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. And birds are super drive. Exactly. Germ, yes. And they're volant, so they're like... Birds are really weird. They're highly specialized for flight. So... Yeah. Anyway. What about gharials? So gharials are a kind of crocodilian, Mizavet. Yeah. Yeah. I do plan on printing a gharial skull very soon. I got files for that just the other day. And so we'll be printing a life-size gharial skull. Gharials are some of my favorite living critters. Slender-snouted crocodiles that specialize in eating fish. They are such cool animals. I got to see some at the San Diego Zoo on my way back from TwitchCon. That's a Tomastoma right there, the false gharial, who actually is a true gharial, despite the name. Just, you know, different genus. But these guys are super, super cool. Oh, I love them so much. And as a birthday present, check this out. Find them on the Tree of Life here. Fish-eating crocodile, Gavialis gangeticus. Sponsored by Danny Anduza, Paleontologizing on Twitch. Lenina led the charge for this. Thank you, Lenina. Bought me a sponsorship on here. I love it. Yeah. Super cool. Super, super cool. When you're in Tunisia, very cool, Wolvulus. Tunisia's got some very interesting fossils indeed. Yeah. A lot of North Africa does. Yeah, Lenina, I said you led the charge. I'm sure you got donations from other moderators and other people in the community. Thank you for that, Lenina, and everybody. This brings a tear to my eye. I love it. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. Luploopers wants to know, would modern plants, like the ones we use for tea, be toxic to dinosaurs? That's a good question. during the age of dinosaurs, for like half of the reign of the dinosaurs, flowering plants didn't exist. Angiosperms, flowering plants. Here, we'll jump to angiosperms here. The majority of plant species today are flowering plants, angiosperms. They first evolved in the early Cretaceous period, about halfway through the age of dinosaurs. And so, yeah, 366,955 species on this tree alone, on this phylogeny alone. Yeah. Dinosaurs probably helped shape the early evolution of flowering plants, to a certain extent. But the gymnosperms are, well, like non-angiosperms over here. Things like club mosses, spike mosses, ferns and cycads, horsetails, and ginkgos. Those are plants that, oh, and conifers too, of course. Plants that kind of dominated the early part of the age of dinosaurs, from the Triassic through the Jurassic period. Some of those plants today are super toxic. Things like cycads. You don't want to eat those.
A moment from prehistoric time.
Bisquick, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You make breakfast quick and easy. Appreciate you. Thanks for following. Oh yeah. Zamia staggers. Zamia staggers is a fatal nervous disease affecting cattle in areas where they browse in the leaves or fruit of cycads, in particular those of genus Zamia, thus the name. So this happens in Australia. If farmers, ranchers, what are ranchers called in Australia? It's like, not herdsmen, not stockmen. What are they called? What's the Australian name for a rancher? Not bushmen, not drovers. Pastoralists? No. I forget. Anyway. Ranchery dudes? No. Gloomy Glovers? No. Mayor's Baits. Darn it. Anyway, there's... What are ranchers called in Australia? It sounds like a joke. Graziers. Graziers. That's what they're called. I never would have remembered that. I'm glad I looked it up. Yeah, a cattle station is a large farm. Station is equivalent to the American ranch, the main activity on which is the rearing of cattle. The owner of a cattle station is called a grazier. There you go. Yeah. Graziers and the people who work for them have got to make sure that their cattle are not eating things like macrozamia. These big cycads live in Australia. These grow wild all over the place, and their fruit look very appetizing, but you should not eat them because they can like destroy your nervous system and kill you. It seems like dinosaurs probably ate these and probably had adaptations for being able to digest them. You know, cycads were everywhere back then, and they produced these fruit, and normally if you're producing fruit, it's so that an animal will eat them and then spread the seeds elsewhere through their dung. And so they may have originally evolved to like spread their seeds through dinosaurs. So in a sense, the plants that dinosaurs were eating would kill a lot of the animals today. Do kill some of the animals today, like cattle who get Zamia staggers. Yeah. But would today's angiosperm plants, modern flowering plants, be fatal to dinosaurs from the Mesozoic? I don't know. Something makes me doubt it. Really be kind of the inverse. A lot of the plants back then would kill some herbivores today. But I don't know. That's a difficult question to answer without a time machine. And it would probably be unethical to perform even if you did have a time machine. So I'm not going to be trying that anytime soon. Yeah. And are the cycads with fruits that may be edible still around now? Those fruits are only edible if you process them in a really particular way. So there's an island off the coast of Japan. Yeah. Check this out.
In a remote part of Japan lives a highly toxic plant called the cycad. And believe it or not, people consume it regularly.
Yep.
Beloved and cherished by the native people of Amami Oshima, eating the plant in its raw form could kill you.
So these are those cycads, those plants that were around back then. They're still a living species today.
Amami Oshima is home to hundreds of types of toxic plants. The cycad has been a staple crop on the island for generations. Because it is so poisonous, locals take the necessary steps to make the plants safe for human consumption.
Yep. My name is Akio Wada. I would like to continue the food culture that was built by our ancestors. Cycad goes way back. With almost no water, cycads grow. It's very tough. If you eat too much, it's poisonous, he says. Through trial and error, our ancestors have found a way to take the poison out of the cycad. Man, imagine that trial and error. Oh, man.
Through the process of fermentation and drying, the poison is extracted from the plant.
I make noodles with cycad starch. Oh, I'd love to try that. You can make cookies, sponge cakes, and chips. You can also make mochi. Oh, it's kind of sad to see. They're such slow-growing plants. Anyway, really interesting stuff. I'll give you a link if you want to watch the rest of it. But yeah, pretty cool. And that's interesting, Crimson Carnotaurus. Tapioca too, interesting. Not a thing I would think of as being, you don't think of eating tapioca as living on the edge, but... And Murph, holy cow. I really appreciate that, Murph. Thank you for those 7 gift subs. Fantastic.
Murph is getting serious with those 7 gift subs.
Thank you, Murph. Phenomenal. Oh, and Byron Dior, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Murph, thank you. There's 7 people who won't have to watch any ads here for the next 30 days. We'll be into December by the time they have to watch a single ad on this channel. So thank you, Murph. I appreciate your ongoing generosity and your support of this channel. It means a lot. It really does. I know you know that, but I still like saying it. Thank you. Good stuff. Yeah. And Dr. Irrefutable says, here's what I don't understand. Who decided to spend the time and effort to develop this process? Everybody's got to have a hobby. It's like people in Northern Europe who eat the toxic flesh of Greenland sharks. Like, they have to bury the shark bits in the tundra for years, I think, in order to get the toxins to leach out of it. Who figured that out and why, Some people are just very adventurous eaters. And you know what? As long as they're doing it in a way that doesn't really hurt anybody or anything too badly, then more power to them, I guess. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, you have to ferment the shark flesh because of the ammonia content that smells like urine. Ugh. Yeah. It's the same reason there's so many safety signs. There you go, yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah, and there you go, Ceronics, yeah. Anyway, where were we? Let's get back to our documentary here. We were talking about James Madison, who's the namesake of Allosaurus Jim Madison.
And it becomes a very, very expensive proposition, collecting a dinosaur.
Experts feel a great responsibility to do it right. Science, after all, is dedicated to the search for truth.
Ceronics, thank you for the 4 months of support. I appreciate that. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. Appreciate you.
But through the years, a certain amount of dinosaur dogma.
Daisy Jones, how are you doing? Hello, hello.
I grew up with dinosaur books, the Golden Book of Dinosaurs, that had brontosauruses up to their armpits in some fetid swamp. Critters that were sort of a combination hippo and moose, staying in the water, feeding on soft.
Malarkey, thank you for subscribing there. Holy cow. We're having issues with our alerts this week. I don't know why, but thank you for that subscription. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the community. Thanks for supporting Science Outreach here on Twitch. That means a lot.
Soft water plants. So duck-billed dinosaurs have fantastic grinding teeth. Their teeth don't look like moose teeth. Teeth look like the teeth of horses or zebra. They look like they're designed for shredding very tough land vegetation. Ditto with their legs. They're very long-legged animals, duckbills, with really strong calf muscles.
Dinocaurus is a dinosaur, Dasher. Yes,
terrestrial
indeed.
critters.
It's an ornithomimid.
Dinosaurs were immensely successful. If they were such losers, if they were so poorly designed, why did the dinosaur class completely dominate our own mammal class for 130 million years?
That's a good point that Bob Bakker's making there. And Dinocaurus looks like a duck, a big duck. Well, ducks are also dinosaurs. Even if it was a duck, it would still be a dinosaur. What Dasher Fernando is asking about right here is this remarkable creature. Well, actually, you know what? I'll play a quick clip from from my own channel. And that'll give me a chance to go blow my nose. There we go.
What they truly are.
This is a review I did of Prehistoric Kingdom. You don't have to monsterify your dinosaurs just to make them compelling to a general audience. We'll get into Dinocaurus here for a minute. Dinosaurs are wondrous and astounding enough as they are, just for being real. Let me tell you a little story. In 2013, I was presenting research at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. All of us had heard rumors of a big reveal concerning a theropod dinosaur called Dinocaurus. Now, Dinocaurus was first discovered in Mongolia back in the 1960s, but we only really had its arms. And these arms were enormous, like 8 feet long, the biggest arms ever on a theropod dinosaur. For decades afterward, it was a mystery what the rest of this dinosaur looked like. Nobody knew for sure. But we learned from the SVP abstract volume that an international team had discovered a decent skeleton of this animal. And we knew at this meeting, we might get to find out what this famously mysterious dinosaur really was. It was quite the scene. Maybe 1/3 of all the vertebrate paleontologists in the world crammed ourselves into this ballroom. It was standing room only, and we waited for the talk to start. One of the presenting researchers was from Japan, and he had a pretty thick accent. Frankly, he was a little bit difficult to understand. But as the presentation went on, we all leaned forward as he showed us photo after photo of the new material, revealing to us piece by piece what the rest of the skeleton of Dinocaurus looked like. And then the next slide. 40 years of mystery just concluded there before our very eyes. A gorgeous 3D model of the full animal, all fleshed out, just slowly rotating there on the screen, and it wasn't like any other dinosaur we'd ever seen before. A whole ballroom full of scientists who had been silently watching with bated breath, suddenly, spontaneously stood up and began to applaud.
So I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Reese, thank you for the 7 months of support. Now at tier 3, I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. I had never seen anything like this at a scientific conference before. It was magical. I'll never forget that for as long as I live. It's a shining example of what dinosaur paleontology could be. Beautiful marriage of science and art and discovery. You know what reminds me of that moment? Prehistoric Kingdom does. Anywho, they have Dinochirus in the game, and yeah, it's a beautiful depiction of that animal. There's another beautiful depiction of it in Prehistoric Planet. Take a look at this.
Blood-sucking flies, which infest his coat.
And there you go, Germstrom. Yeah. Oh, you know, yeah.
They're irritating and even painful. And while his huge claws enable him to have a good scratch, there are always some spots that are just out of reach. To get to them, he needs assistance. A dead tree. That could be the answer.
Sloppy Salamander says, I'd help him with his itchies.
It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
Empty Flack, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here.
That's much better.
Good stuff. That's Dinochirus, which is very much a dinosaur, as somebody was asking. Yeah. Pretty neat. Yeah. That's one big duck, says Ruffalo. So ducks are also a kind of bird, which is a kind of dinosaur. So ducks are also dinosaurs. But it's interesting how many times that duck-like bill has evolved across Dinosauria. We've got it in duck-billed dinosaurs. We've got it in dinochirids. We've got it in some sauropod dinosaurs have something that almost looks similar to that. We've got it in multiple different kinds of birds. It keeps evolving again and again. A kind of duck-like bill. It's just a mouth shape that works really well. So it's cool to think about, you know? Yeah. And I haven't seen those yet, Dr. Terra. No. Or maybe I saw pictures or something. I forget. But yeah. And Mizabet says, is that true that dinosaurs would scratch on trees? I don't see why not. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Anyway. Let's get back to this.
It made no sense at all. Dinosaurs were ditto with their legs. They were very long-legged animals, duckbills, with really strong calf muscles. These are emphatically terrestrial critters. Dinosaurs were immensely successful. If they were such losers, if they were so poorly designed, why did the dinosaur class completely dominate our own mammal class for 130 million years? That made no sense at all. That's what got me started on challenging each and every point of the orthodox dinosaur story. And when I first started, a lot of the traditional professors at various schools were a bit scandalized. Like any theologians, they defended dogma. But over the last 10, 20 years, more and more paleontologists the world over come over to the view that dinosaurs have been miscast. They weren't sluggardly losers.
The documentary came out kind of in the midst of that revolution.
Surely one of the most successful dinosaurs was the Cretaceous period meat-eater Tyrannosaurus rex.
Welcome, Candice Gravendula. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Big politics, yeah. Well, we're going to get to that on Friday, so tune in then for a special bonus stream on Friday if you want to talk about that. But yeah, didn't know Rasputin was a paleontologist. That's Bob Bacher right there. It's pretty funny, Baldy. Bob Bacher didn't come to SVP this year. He wasn't there last week. No, but anyway. Yeah.
Successful dinosaurs was the Cretaceous period meat-eater Tyrannosaurus rex. In a small iron foundry just west of the Platte River in Denver, Dr. Bacher supervised the building of a steel superstructure for the exhibition of T-Rex.
Yeah.
Bacher is working to allow his
not a super
fiberglass
accurate
model
mount
to reflect his ideas about the creature's active, warm-blooded lifestyle.
Cast the Dreamer says, when I was a little kid, I thought paleontologists all look like Bob Bacher. Yeah, no. Lots and lots of different paleontologists with different looks, for sure. Paleontologists of different genders, different heights, different widths, different levels of outdoorsiness or dress-upness, or people from different parts of the world and different personalities. There's lots of different ways to be a paleontologist, tons and tons. And there's almost as many different ways to be a paleontologist as there are different paleontologists. Not just in terms of background and appearance and personality, but also in terms of what we study and how we study it. Really, the thing that unites us all is that we're passionate about fossils, and we study fossils, different aspects of fossils in different ways, but interest in fossils is what unites all of us. Yeah. It's like librarians. There you go, Golganek. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and I've got a command for this, Lonely CPU Gaming. Somebody pull that up.
Strangely enough, it's easier to be warm-blooded and much easier to move fast if you are big. I was brought up on those myths, too, that an elephant can't gallop because it's so big. It turns out the bigger you get, the bigger your body is, the more efficient running is. In fact, if you redesigned an elephant a little bit, you could make it gallop. And there have been in the recent past giant rhinoceroses. I mean, really big ones, 3-tonners, 4-tonners, that could gallop. Dinosaurs got bigger still. Triceratops, the bighorn dinosaur, was maybe 5-6 tons, a super huge one, 10 tons. Bigger than the biggest elephant, and yet its legs are designed to produce the thrust of a rhinoceros of that size, a galloping thrust.
I do kind of wonder about that. Bacher's not really taking ontogeny into account here. Maybe those animals could move really, really quickly while they were young, but the bigger you are, often the less need there is to move as quickly.
Still, I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Sophie, thank you for the 27 months of support, now at tier 3. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Holy cow. So yeah. And Toner Billion says tripping and falling over at that size would be really dangerous, though, for sure. Yeah. Anyhow, let's continue and play.
There seems to be no end to controversies. Recently, the question arose as to whether the state fossil of Colorado is being correctly portrayed.
Stegosaurus. Yeah.
There are two theories about how to display the distinctive plates that adorn the back of a stegosaur. One theory says they had 2 rows of staggered plates. Another, that it was 2 rows paired. Steve Zirkus thinks they had only 1 row of alternating plates.
There is a great deal of evidence that I can provide, and it actually negates
he's wrong about this.
Both of the original traditional theories of paired or alternating. Essentially, it does not have 2 rows of plates to begin with. What we have is actually only 1 row of plates. It's a theory that O.C. Marsh, way back in 1881, had proposed, and after his death was totally ignored. Some of the plates in this one fossil of Stegosaur, which was found back in 1877, some of the plates were found actually overlapping each other in such a manner that everyone since then, since O.C. Marsh's time, actually said, well, if they're overlapping, then it must be representing 2 rows of plates. My observations, though, said, yes, some of the plates are overlapping, but only some. And in even the plates that are overlapping, the bases of the plates, the most important part of the plate itself, never overlapped.
I think this has been well accepted since then. Yeah. It'd be great to ask, like, Susie Maidmont about this, who's world authority on stegosaurs. What is the general consensus nowadays with more fossil specimens that have been discovered since the 80s? Because we've got a lot of Triceratops. I bet you Sophie the Stegosaurus, the way that she was mounted would give us some insight into this, because Susie Maidmont probably had some input on this, I would imagine. And there, it does almost look like a single row, doesn't it? Huh. Yeah, I wonder. Huh. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. And Starling Fan says, I like to think they could rattle their plates for display and threat. Maybe. Yeah. Bob Bacher actually suggests that in his 1986 book, The Dinosaur Heresies. And I don't know if anybody's really looked into that since then. Stegosaurs, surprisingly, are a group that's not very well studied. Like, you don't have a lot of people specializing in this group. As charismatic as they are and as well loved by the public, especially Stegosaurus, they're kind of a mysterious clade. We don't know a great deal about them. We need more people working on these animals. Yeah. Dashir Fernandez says, I have a question. If you look at the skeleton of a rhino, its back almost looks like some back plates could stick out, but in reality it isn't even visible. Why is it that some dinosaurs which have similar backs are portrayed with them as very visible, like maybe Spinosaurus? That is an excellent question, Dasher Fernando, and unfortunately I can't talk about that right now because there might be some upcoming publications dealing with this, and I don't want to spoil anything, but yeah, that's a good instinct you've got there. I'll leave it at that. Yeah. Shoot, ask Denver Fowler. He's working on this right now. So yeah, yes indeed. Anywho. Foaming at the mouth. I'm sorry, Salamander. And Victorious, thank you for gifting Cast the Dreamer. I appreciate that, Victorious. Thank you. Look, we're doing pretty well so far this week. We might even reach our sub goal for the week. That would be excellent. And Bolvif, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let's get back to this.
The actual supporting structure that holds the plate in the skin of the animal did not overlap.
And tone rebellion? That's interesting.
There's really no necessity.
I'm not familiar with that.
To be in two rows.
Even as Zopus was stating his theory, in remote Rapid Valley, Colorado, a stegosaurus was being excavated. When and if all the pieces are available, it may help prove or disprove his theory.
Huh.
Stegosaurs are somewhat common, but then again rare to find an articulated specimen.
Oh yeah.
And about a third of the skeleton has been recovered so far, and the bases of 3 or 4 plates have been found. So we're hoping that by finding more of these plates, if they are intact, and with the neural spines coming up off the backbone, the vertebrae, leading up to those and how they articulate, how they fit onto those, that it'll show us whether they may be in paired rows, which is the old theory, or whether the bases of the plates are butted up against each other with the tips staggering in an alternate manner. That's one thing that's exasperating about paleontology, is that you can never stand firm on something, but it also makes life interesting.
We hope it's a skull.
We're not just after the bones, but the information with them as well.
there's nothing there.
Being a science that there's always growing potential, stegosaurs are being found to this day. Personally, I hope that it retains the single row from a personal standpoint, but even if it doesn't, it's the professional accuracy that anyone has to strive for. It's just the name of the game.
It seems general knowledge that Stegosaurus lived on dry land, but he may have had gigantic, elongated company. One piece of evidence used to place brontosaurs in that fetid
Do you have a link to that? I'd love to
was
see
that
it.
brontosaurs had nostrils between the eyes. It seemed obvious they must have been blowholes, like those on a whale.
That is a thing, though. So whether it's Apatosaurus right there, or whether it's Diplodocus here, you know, this is the eye socket here, and you might be looking on the snout, trying to find where is the nostril. Is that it? No, that's just a foramina there in the maxilla. The nostrils are here, in the middle of the skull. The nares, right there. This would be easier to see once I have it painted and everything. But, yeah.
Sounds good, right? Unfortunately, everything else about a brontosaurus screams landlubber. This was a land-designed creature. The feet were very compact. The toes didn't spread. Those were feet for walking on firm ground, not muck. The legs are very long, like an African elephant's, for striding in great long paces over dry ground. So, what about the blowhole? Why do brontosaurs have this very funny position of their nostrils? I think there's a very simple explanation and an exciting one. These things made noises. These things sang.
I thought he was going to say it had a trunk.
That's not a blowhole. That's the end of the instrument. When brontosaurus exhaled, which it could do with prodigious power, the sound came up through the snout, underneath these snout bones, was channeled by various little partitions, and then out through here.
So that's an idea I'd really like to see tested. That's the thing about Bakker, he would come up with all kinds of ideas like this, which sound really interesting and really cool, and then he'd just move on to the next thing without actually trying to falsify the hypothesis, without actually testing it, you know? I think that's one that should be revisited. Like, how would you go about testing that? The whole vocalization thing. I don't know, but that's something I personally would like to look into because I think that's really fascinating. I've asked myself this question many times. Like, you know, I'll grab a smaller Diplodocus skull. Hang on. Juvenile Diplodocus skull 3D print here. It's easier to gesture with and everything. These animals have very lightweight, very kind of strappy skulls like this. It's almost like a bird skull in certain ways, where it's really optimized for lightweight. Given that you've got this at the end of a really, really long neck, you want it to be as lightweight as possible, so that you don't need as much strength and energy to, like, lift that up. But why have the nares, the nostrils, there at the top of the head in the middle? There's one explanation that I can think of, and it's that it helps strengthen the skull without adding extra weight. The idea being, I guess, that if you had the nostrils down here, at the tip of the snout, it would make the tip of the snout a little bit more delicate. And so you could reinforce it, but that would add extra weight. So maybe the nostrils are up here because it allows for extra strength without having to add extra bulkiness to the skull. That's an idea that I have. I don't have a way to test this yet. It'd be cool to be able to talk to, like, a structural engineer and try and figure this out. Do some FEA, some, like, finite element analysis, figure out, you know, what the skull is optimized for, and whether nostril placement up here is an adaptation for strength without adding weight, or maybe it does have something to do with vocalization like that, but that seems like an even tougher question to examine, like an even more difficult thing to falsify. So I don't know, I don't know. And the brain case is open? No, coffee syrup. The brain case is in here. This is the brain case inside there. Here. Right here is the occipital condyle, so that's what attaches to the neck. And then you have the foramen magnum. The spinal cord goes through that hole right there. And the brain is inside this. This is the brain case, the endocranium, right there. Does that make sense? Yeah. It did have a tiny brain, but it's not a bad thing. This is an animal with a tremendously long neck. And if you have a big, thirsty brain in there that requires a lot of blood flow, holy cow, is that going to be a problem for you? Like, if there's anything interrupting that blood flow, you could faint like that. And if you faint in the wrong spot, bam, like you're dead. So having a comparatively small brain is actually a huge advantage for an animal like this. And I wouldn't be shocked at all if sauropods, if that's like one of these cool adaptations that they had, where there's going to be just an extraordinarily efficient small brain. Kind of like that of birds. Birds typically, they might have fairly large brains compared to their body size, but they're also extremely efficient. They've got a ton of neurons crammed into a very, very small space. Birds are pretty clever as animals in general. But, like, efficiency is the name of the game with bird brains. I wouldn't be shocked if sauropods were the same way. Where, like, they evolved to have small brains just with a ton of neurons crammed into them, so they could still function really well and exhibit complex behaviors without having to, have a little bulk in there, in that endocranium. That makes sense? I don't know. It's interesting stuff to think about, but science isn't just about thinking about things, it's about testing ideas. That's what sets a scientific idea apart from speculation, In science, we have to try and find ways to falsify these ideas, to test them using evidence. That's what actually makes it scientific, Yeah. And brains need glucose too. How much could they produce? Probably a tremendous amount. Look at the size of the body on these animals is, substantial. Here, let me go grab a sauropod model over here. Yeah, we'll grab our Diplodocus right here, actually. Trying not to knock everything down. Here we go. Yeah. Diplodocus here. So it's got this enormous body, huge gut for fermenting vegetation. Yeah, and they would have been super efficient in terms of feeding for a number of different reasons. I kind of hate that this model gets the teeth wrong. These guys only had teeth at the front of their mouth, so this is completely incorrect. And they've got teeth like along the back of the jaw there. They didn't really have that in real life, so that's very much inaccurate. But these guys would have been extraordinarily efficient in feeding because they could just plant all 4 feet on the ground and then sweep that neck in a wide arc and just gobble up all of the plant material at ground level. Like that, and then they take a couple steps, and then they just do the same thing again. It's an idea called sweep feeding, and we think these guys are particularly well adapted for that. And so they would have been far more efficient in their feeding than something like an elephant, because they could essentially eat a huge swath of plants like that without even having to take a step. Then they take a couple steps and they do the whole thing again, So they would have been really good at kind of feeding that bulk. Getting enough calories to make it through the day every day and grow at a tremendous rate. Some of these guys are probably, they might be packing on like 15, 20 pounds every day when they're going through a big growth spurt early on in life. It's amazing to think about. That animals this big lived on our Earth and thrived. These are so much bigger than, so much bigger than any land animals today. And frankly, they're bigger than whales in a lot of regards. People make a big deal about whales being big, but whales live in the ocean. They don't have to support their body weight on land. They're essentially weightless. You compare the femur of something like, even just like a diplodocus, not even a particularly gigantic sauropod. Compare that femur to a whale femur? Please. So yeah, yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, in a dinosaur book I read years ago, there was some suggestion that Diplodocus might have grown its teeth like rabbits and rodents, so they could counter the wearing down from eating plants. Yeah, they didn't do that. They replaced their teeth. They didn't have ever-growing incisors like rodents. But there is something interesting. These guys only have teeth at the front. And like all dinosaurs, they would lose their teeth sometimes. But a really weird thing with Diplodocus and its relatives. This is just, I don't know if this is published yet, but it's like a rumor that I hear all the time. And I have no reason to disbelieve it. It's that very frequently, you just find all the teeth like this in a row, loose. Not associated with the skeleton or anything. It's just like, almost like a pair of dentures left on the ground. So there's an idea that maybe these guys, all of their teeth were kind of held together by maybe a keratin-like structure, some sort of soft tissue. And then, after a while, after it wears down, it would just fall out as a chunk. Just like, there you go, lost my dentures, you know? And then there'd be a new one growing in right behind it. So like losing all of their teeth at once. And then they wear down to the point, the other teeth are pushing them out, and then they've got a whole new row of new teeth all at once like that. So dinosaurs in general replace their teeth all the time, but it's usually one at a time, you know? So they have kind of a snaggletooth look. You'd have, gaps like this. There's an idea that maybe these guys are just replacing all of their teeth all at once. Question is why, you know? Maybe it has something to do with if they're eating ferns and they're just like stripping the little leaflets. I forget the botanical term. Is it here? But there's a lovely clip of this from Walking with Dinosaurs. Here it is. There we go.
The Kresh once again seek the sanctuary of the ferns, even though
little baby Diplodocus.
Half a ton now, they are not as well hidden as they used to be.
Here we go. Let's get
As
that.
they grow,
Here we go.
Teeth become more like the adults. These are simple pegs that are not designed to nip or chew. Instead, they are perfect for stripping ferns of their leaves.
I talked to Kerry Woodruff about this a long time ago. He works on sauropods. He's one of the... I trust his opinion on sauropods more than almost anybody. He's like, yeah, this makes perfect sense. That's probably what they're doing. That's why they're feeding at ground level. So they're eating ferns. Maybe horsetails too, but those teeth, the way that they're evenly spaced and almost peg-like like that, they might be perfect for stripping those leaflets off.
Designed to nip or chew. Instead, they are perfect for stripping ferns of their leaves.
Yep, and you're just getting the nutritious part of the fern and leaving the stems there. Yeah. Almost like, kind of like filter feeding, I guess, Barnacle. Well, that's an interesting way to put that. The thing is, if they're doing that, you should see that in their tooth wear. And I can't imagine nobody's looked at that before. We should talk to Kerry about it. I'd love to interview him here on Paleontologizing at some point. About sauropods and about pachycephalosaurs. Yeah. Because you should see wear along the sides of the teeth. You know?
As they grow, their teeth become more like the adults. These are...
So as you're doing that, the sides of the teeth should be getting worn down, like being abraded, and you should see signs of that on their teeth. I wonder if anybody's looked at that, you know? Yeah. That's how they chipped away enamel, I think, sauropod book you showed a few days ago. Oh, is that in Matt Wadel's sauropod book? I haven't actually read it yet. But cool. Yeah. They eat leaves and then they leave. There you go, and then did, yeah. And Bulviv says, man, this is a cool chat. I'm glad you think so. We've got an awesome community here. And sometimes there are other paleontologists who show up as well. Filippo Bertozzo from Italy. Jim Kirkland from Utah. Yeah, Alessandro Chiarenza has been in here too. Also from Italy. We've got some cool people. And a bunch of cool people who aren't paleontologists too. 1,000,000%. So we've got a really awesome community here, for sure. But yeah. And could signs of wear be on the tips of their teeth if they're pulling from there instead of in between? Asks XVR. Well, that's the thing. Is like depending on where the wear is on the teeth, where those, you know, where the teeth are thinning out, that should tell you which end of the teeth are actually like coming into contact with the plants and like getting abraded. But yeah, whether the wear is at the distal ends of the teeth, the ends, or along the sides, that should tell you what they're doing with their teeth. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. And the ferns would regrow their leaves, right? So they consume the nutritious part without depleting their food source? That's a great question, Victorious. I don't know. Yeah, maybe that is the case. But that was a way to help keep from completely destroying the plants in that area. I wonder if we even know that about modern ferns. Like, I wonder if... That would be a really interesting experiment to run. In fact, maybe I'll do this. I'm supposed to find something to present on in terms of, well, no, that's Laramidia. That's later on in time. But yeah, I wonder if you were to get a bunch of ferns like that, just trimming them, like, do an experiment like this. You've got two groups of ferns. You water them the same, they get the same amount of light, everything else. Some of them, you just trim them all. You cut them off at, like, ground level height. And then other ones, you just strip the leaflets off. Leave the stems. See which ones regrow faster. I wonder if anybody's done that with ferns before. If that's an experiment that's ever taken place for whatever reason. Yeah. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. And Bulviv says, any books you'd like to share on life on Earth? Sure. Shoot, where do we start? Yeah. There's lots of encyclopedias and books like that I could recommend. Yeah, shoot. One that I'm always recommending to people who are kind of first getting into paleontology is this one right here. It's called Time Traveler by Michael Novacek. Yeah, it's Michael Novacek, who's a well-known paleontologist for the American Museum of Natural History in New York. And this is that book, Time Traveler, in search of dinosaurs and ancient mammals from Montana to Mongolia. This is basically it's like an autobiography, specifically about his work in the field. So out collecting fossils in Montana, Mongolia, Wyoming, Chile, in Yemen, and in Los Angeles. Excellent book. My dad got this for me for I think it was like my 9th or 10th birthday, right when it came out. He saw a review for it in the New York Times. He's like, that sounds awesome. I should get this for Danny. And super, super well written in a way that it's really entertaining, and you're going to learn a tremendous amount without realizing that you're learning. It's written in such an unpretentious way, but I don't know, I really, really like the style. Novacek is a brilliant writer. There's just like this effortless quality to his prose. It's really excellent. I can't recommend it highly enough. Yeah. And there you go. You can get it for less than $5 on Thrift Books. Thank you, Claire. For a page blocked. You block origin. Shoot. Let me just look it up for myself. There we go. Yeah. You can get it in very good condition for $9. Thrift Books. Yeah, or good condition for less than $8. Highly recommend. Yeah. Good stuff. And Wolvulus says, what book would you recommend about different techniques for excavating fossils without damaging them for neophytes? It's hard to find books about this kind of thing. It's such a specialized skill that I don't think there have been a lot of books written about that. Because reading a book is not the way that you're going to learn that. You learn it through experience, and if you can get trained by somebody who knows how to do that. Yeah. I really can't think of any books that tell you how to excavate something. But Jack Horner did write a book about collecting dinosaur fossils in Montana that's really helpful. I'll find that for you. Dinosaurs Under the Big Sky is a really excellent book that talks about the different kinds of dinosaurs that you find in Montana. And this was meant to be a resource for kind of amateur paleontologists, people who, they want to learn about different dinosaurs maybe before they go out and volunteer on a dig in Montana or elsewhere. It's really good stuff, and it gives you a lot of context. So it's
wow, it's not the dinosaur we knew.
Definitely recommend it.
That thing. It's not going to be friendly to us.
K Crew K, thank you for the 5 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, K Crew. And thank you, Matt M33, for that gift earlier to Crimson Carnothoris. How did I miss that? Appreciate it. Yeah. So yeah, good stuff. The intro might talk about that a little bit. Yeah. List of museums, scientific language and classification. This is like a really excellent kind of intro for anybody who wants to get into digging up dinosaurs. Amateur Paleontology, page 3. Yeah. To uncover a dinosaur skeleton or even a single bone, from the Earth and to be the first person, or even among the first people, to lay eyes on it is probably one of the most exciting things you'll ever experience. My excitement after finding the first dinosaur bone on my father's ranch is one of the main reasons I wanted to be a paleontologist. And even now, almost 50 years and thousands of dinosaur remains later, I still thrill at seeing a skeleton in the ground during excavation, even if it's the skeleton of a dinosaur I've seen many times before. The excitement never seems to wear off. Collecting dinosaur fossils is not only fun, but also a great excuse to get outside, to enjoy spectacular landscapes, and to breathe in some fresh air. In Montana, most dinosaur fossils come from areas of badlands where erosion eats away at hillsides faster than plants can grow on them. Many people consider these badlands desolate and bleak, but paleontologists find them extraordinary and peaceful. Amateur collectors are very important to museum research programs. In Montana, for instance, a number of amateur collectors spend their free time during the summer directly aiding the Museum of the Rockies with its research efforts, or collecting fossils on their own and bringing in important specimens. These dedicated amateurs found many of the display quality specimens on view at Museum of the Rockies. So he goes on to talk about how it's really, really important that we have people who might not be professionals, but are still really good at what they do. They're part of what drives the progress in paleontology. Discovering new dinosaurs, helping test, hypotheses about these animals. And so that's why Jack wrote this book, is he wanted to have a resource for non-professionals to help get them started so that they know what they're doing. It makes our job easier as professional paleontologists, and that, if you can get volunteers who are almost pre-trained in that regard, if they know a thing or two, they're going to be happier, we're going to be happier, stuff gets done faster, everybody wins. So, highly recommend this book. It's a good one. Yeah. Good stuff. The book is Dinosaurs Under the Big Sky by Jack Horner. I'll give you a link. There we go. Shoot, you can get a good condition, less than $6. Right here. Excellent. Oh, there you go. Claire already got it. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's put this back on the shelf. Yeah, so in terms of kind of books that detail how to do this sort of thing, that's the best one I can think of. But you're probably not going to find like a detailed instructional manual for how to dig up fossils and prepare them and everything. Because every fossil is going to be different. Every site is going to be different. You're going to need different techniques in different places, and we kind of come up with new methods as we go. So many variables. Yeah. I hope that makes sense. Anywho, let's get back to this video here.
So the explanation to the mystery of the brontosaur blowhole is that, yes, it blew notes, it blew music, and it blew music on dry land.
Massive efforts go into the search for and interpretation of dinosaur remains.
You bet, Wolfulus.
The question becomes, what do we learn?
Dinosaurs are things to think about. They were a very successful group. They were around on the face of the earth for over 140 million years, much longer than humans. And if we can figure out ways that they adapted how they lived, maybe we can survive a nuclear holocaust or something like that. You never know, because dinosaurs certainly went through a lot of volcanic ash storms and things like that.
And they didn't die once. The dinosaurs suffered at least 3 and maybe 4 mass extinctions when most of them died out. The very last of these mass extinctions was the event that killed off all dinosaurs except for the birds.
Yep.
So it's a very general question to ask, well, why are these crises? Why are there these stock market crashes in evolutionary time?
A distinct drop in temperature and humidity could do it. Or with dinosaurs that can't crawl into rock crevices like rattlesnakes to pass the winter, if we...
So this is this old idea that they're cold-blooded and they need to hide in crags and rocks in order to keep from freezing or whatever. This complete nonsense.
We had highly seasonal changes in temperature. That could have contributed. It could have been a large number of factors, all of which, if they came together at the same time, could have wiped them out.
One point that's very interesting is mass extinction has never, ever hit cold bloods. There never has been a mass extinction of giant tortoises.
No, there has been. It's us. It's human beings. Anyway. No, but animals that are cold-blooded, you do get extinction events with them. Things like champsosaurs and other critters like that at the end of the Eocene. I don't know if you could call it a mass extinction, whatever that means, but you do get time periods where, like, you know, a bunch of those big ectotherms die out, like the end of the Eocene.
Or crocodiles, or alligators, or giant lizards.
Yeah, they got hit pretty hard at the end of the Eocene.
It's only the warm bloods that get hit. What I think killed the dinosaurs is really totally surprising in how...
Who's gonna... Take a guess. What do you think Bacher's gonna say here? What do you think he's gonna say caused the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs? Any guesses? Flowers, says Claire Byrne. Volcanoes, virus, second traps, Tradoon. They choked on small mammals. Hey Ken, how are you doing? Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, Ken. I hope you're fully recovered after SVP. I've still got a sore throat going on right now, but hopefully by tomorrow morning I'll be better. Hope you've managed to avoid conference illness. But, yeah. What is Bacher going to say about his hypothesis for dinosaur extinction? Salamander, thank you for gifting Ken. I appreciate that, Salamander. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it.
What I think killed the dinosaurs is really totally surprising in how unsurprising it is. It's a very mundane cause. It's the most dangerous threat that's facing us humans. And us
heart disease. No.
Us mammals. The biggest danger to us is not a comet striking. It's not a sudden change in climate, because warm bloods can handle a change in climate. It's not a change in how warm it is, or how hot it is, or how much rainfall. The biggest danger to warm bloods is exotic disease.
Uh-oh. Not good timing. While Ken says, I either have a cold or COVID finally got me. Oh no, Ken. Shoot. Sorry to hear that. Exotic disease. Oh boy. Yeah, so Bacher talks about that in his book from 1986, The Dinosaur Heresies, and this idea is not caught on at all. This is the only time I've really heard this seriously proposed, that, you know, disease is what caused the extinction of an entire clade apart from birds. It just doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Original Old Dog, thank you for the 21 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. Yeah, you got to give Bacher credit for being right about a lot of things. This is not one of them.
Scientists continue to dig for information. It is an exciting time for finding more about dinosaurs. New evidence points not to a slow, plodding, dumb, cold-blooded creature, but to a speedy, smart, perhaps warm-blooded animal. Meanwhile, who knows what fossil may even now be exposed and awaiting discovery on some unexplored hillside.
I hope that the future will be as the past has been. That new discoveries will be made, new theories will be formulated, both the field work and the laboratory work, by highly competent people, and that we'll get as many new discoveries in the future as we've had in the past, both in theory and in fact.
Well, obviously, I would like to see a great number of them dug up and studied.
This is a real exciting time for paleontology. In fact, it's almost impossible to keep up with the amount of literature that's coming up.
He's saying that in the 80s. Shoot, it was like maybe once every 2 or 3 months there was a new genus or species of dinosaur being described back then. Now it's one every 9 days. Like, man, if you had trouble keeping up with the literature back then, I guess this is before the internet where, like, you have to be subscribed to journals or, like, have library access, that kind of thing. You know, the journal articles were hard copies. They were paper back then. Nowadays, you just publish things online, you know? Like, the journals, we're dealing with PDFs here, portable document format. So it's wild that he says this in 1987.
Dug up and studied.
This is a real exciting time for paleontology. In fact, it's almost impossible to keep up with the amount of literature that's coming up and the new theories.
Oh, I would like to go outside and dig a hole.
Piece of it. Piece of it.
Search for the thunder lizards from the Denver Museum of Natural History. Back when they called it that. Now it's the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. Salamander, that's a good emote for this. Good stuff. Well, yeah. I hope you enjoyed that. I know I did. It's fun to just kind of decompress for a while. And yeah. Let's continue that with... Here we go. There was a PBS Eons video that we started yesterday. Didn't get anywhere close to finishing. So let's do that. First, a little bit of background. If you were here yesterday, you already know what this is about, but if not, here we go. This is what our planet looked like in the late Cretaceous period, about 90 million years ago. Sea levels were very high back then. The continents are starting to get close to their current day positions, but Europe is a series of islands, this kind of archipelago in this warm sea up here. South America also largely inundated by water. North America split in two by the Western Interior Seaway. So we've got two subcontinents here. To the west, we've got Laramidia, from where nearly all of the well-known late Cretaceous North American dinosaurs are from. Pretty much all of them. There's very few dinosaurs from the eastern chunk over here, what we call Appalachia. So Laramidia has lots of dinosaurs. Appalachia has not very many dinosaurs. That's the subject of this video from PBS Eons. So let's get into it. And Appalachian Mountains. So the Appalachia is named after the same. It's named after the Appalachian Mountains, basically. Yeah. But yeah. Let's take a look.
Located in the core of the Big Apple, the American Museum of Natural History is home to some of the world's most iconic dinosaurs. And while it would be easy to assume that the dinosaurs on display there were found nearby, giving us the image of T-Rex stalking through prehistoric Times Square, the vast majority of them actually traveled a long way to get there. Most were shipped in from the American West. This doesn't mean that there's no fossil evidence for dinosaurs along the East Coast, though. In fact, the first dinosaurs ever found in North America were from New Jersey, like Hadrosaurus folci, described in 1858. And other rocks from the east may contain the geologically oldest evidence for dinosaurs in North America, period. But these discoveries have been overshadowed by those from the west. So where are all the East Coast dinosaurs? Why don't we find famous species like Triceratops in Central Park? Turns out evolution and geology came together to make the East Coast into an ancient lost world of weird dinosaurs.
Oh yeah. Good stuff. Appalachian
And
dinosaurs.
first got their start during the Middle Triassic period, maybe as early as 245 million years ago. North America was connected to the other continents as part of Pangaea. And while some of the earliest undisputed evidence for dinosaurs comes from what's now South America, the fact that the continents were linked meant that they could just walk from there to basically any other continent. Back then, North America sat just above the equator, with the east coast still dominated by the Appalachian Mountains. And while we don't find many body fossils...
So the Appalachian Mountains that we have today are very, very old. That's why they're, I don't know, as somebody who's from Western North America, you look at the Appalachians, you go, those aren't mountains, those are hills. But they used to be tall, mighty, craggy, jagged mountains long ago. But that mountain building, that orogeny, has long since stopped, and they've just been eroding ever since. So now they're kind of low, rolling hills almost. That's why they're short. Exactly, Kennedy. Yeah. But during the Triassic period, these were like the tallest mountains in the world. Something like that anyway. They were much more impressive back then.
Fossils of early dinosaurs in this region around this time, the rocks of what they call the Newark supergroup of the late Triassic and early Jurassic do preserve fossil footprints. These footprints show that the East Coast already had some dinosaur diversity during these early periods of the Mesozoic era.
Cool stuff. Boas, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. They say, I live in West Virginia and love getting drone footage of the endless mountains. Thinking of them being like craggy and sharp is very cool. It reminds me of the Gruul's Lair from World of Warcraft. Interesting. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like a cool image. Yeah, you're essentially looking at the remnants of these once super tall, like Rocky Mountain type mountains. Yeah, those are some of the oldest mountains in the world. And somebody was pointing out in the chat, they extend through Europe and Africa, I believe. So here, let's go back to 240 million years ago. There we go. So yeah, the Appalachian Mountains right here. Go through, is it Morocco? And then up through parts of Europe as well. 220 million years ago. Yeah, so you get some of those same geological formations in other parts of the world because these landmasses used to be connected like that, Yeah. Pretty neat. And there you go, Bo. Yeah, it's pretty cool. See, this is what we talk about here. This is that new perspective that comes from studying the history of the Earth and life's evolution upon it. It gives you a new way of looking at your everyday surroundings. And that's really cool. It's worth so much. Being able to see things that you're familiar with in a totally new light. When you learn about their ancient history, it just makes the world a grander and more exciting place. Makes life that much more worth living when you can understand these things. To me, it's a sense of tremendous joy, and that's why I'm here on Twitch, just trying to share that, And it's not like it's some made-up thing either. Like, this is hard-won evidence compiled by thousands of researchers around the world over the past few hundred years. We're kind of standing on the shoulders of giants anytime that we're talking about this stuff, because it was the hard work and insight and curiosity of people who came before us that we're building on every day as we study these things. It's pretty cool to be part of this grand project like that, where we're figuring out what makes our planet run and everything that lives on it, and what makes it tick. It's pretty cool being part of this. So that's what paleontologizing is all about, Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this. What kind of fossils have been in the Appalachian Mountains? There's some fossils. They tend to be from before the dinosaurs. If they're in sedimentary rocks. Fossils are almost always in sedimentary rocks, but yeah.
The majority of these trace fossils are from
these
East Coast still.
The Newark supergroup. A lot of these rocks you'll find in like upstate New York.
Dominated by the Appalachian Mountains. And while we don't find many body fossils of early dinosaurs in this region around this time, the rocks of what they call the Newark supergroup of the late Triassic and early Jurassic do preserve fossil footprints.
Some of these are in Connecticut as well. Let's look up Newark supergroup real quick. Yeah, Upper Triassic and Lower Triassic sedimentary and volcanic rocks, which outcrop intermittently along the east coast of North America. So you've got them in the Carolinas, in Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, New York, just peeking into New Hampshire, and some in Nova Scotia as well, it looks like. Cool stuff. I'll give you a link. And thank you, Mendrak, for the follow. Appreciate that. Oh, Claire Burr beat me to it. Excellent. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah. Bull Run Formation near Manassas, Virginia. Look at those layers there. Classic sedimentary rock. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. So yeah, there will be a few bits and bobs of vertebrate fossils in here, but what it's really known for is the footprints. Hello, sweetie pie. There.
These footprints show that the East Coast already had some dinosaur diversity during these early periods of the Mesozoic era. The majority of these trace fossils are from three-toed, small-bodied carnivorous dinosaurs that were
Thank you, Shafed. I appreciate that.
These dinosaurs probably looked like a common early dinosaur from the American West, Coelophysis.
Like Coelophysis,
New Mexico
yeah.
represent. Other footprints indicate that a bigger carnivore, maybe 3 to 4 meters long, was also present. These are thought to have been made by an animal like Dilophosaurus. A combination of footprints, along with some fossil evidence, also shows early relatives of the giant sauropods, like the still small-bodied 6-meter-long Ankylosaurus. And other tracks show small-bodied ornithischian dinosaurs were living there too, ancestors of the great herbivores like Triceratops and Ankylosaurus, my personal favorite. Now, while these footprints tell us that dinosaurs were here, it's pretty hard to know exactly what they looked like and who they were related to. And as the Triassic gave way to the Jurassic around 200 million years ago, North America began to separate from Africa and Europe, forming the Atlantic Ocean and isolating the dinosaurs. During this period, fossil evidence on the East Coast remains pretty much the same: footprints. These early Jurassic footprints still only show us that dinosaurs were present along the East Coast and tell us they weren't very big yet. But then...
Let's see. Somebody's asking about schedule. Oh, yeah. So I stream 4 days a week now. From 1 p.m. California time to... Oh, sweetie pie, pushing the camera around. To usually about 6 p.m. I might end today's stream a little bit early because I'm feeling a little under the weather. But yeah, but this week we're planning on doing a special bonus stream on Friday. Yeah. Oh, I'm actually going to be starting tomorrow's stream early, by the way, because I've got to end it early. That's on the schedule, too. We're going to start at noon or earlier tomorrow. But, yeah. I stream 4 days a week nowadays, unless I'm in the field, and then it's generally 5 days a week. Excuse me, 7 days a week in the field. Every day in the field, if I can. Anyway, it's a regular thing. We've got a regular schedule going, for sure. Anyway, let's continue here.
Something changed. Suddenly, the fossil record disappears. From the Middle Jurassic until the early Cretaceous, we have no dinosaur fossils for about the next 50 to 70 million years. But meanwhile, in western North America,
Appalachia,
the Morrison Formation is full of iconic dinosaurs like Brachiosaurus, Allosaurus, and Stegosaurus. And what's weird is reconstructions of the paleogeography of the time suggest there were no real barriers like oceans or mountains separating the eastern and western halves of the continent. So the lack of body fossils is kind of confusing. It almost looks like dinosaurs were thriving out west but went completely extinct in the east. But is that what really happened? Well, the dinosaur fossil record picks back up on the East Coast by the Cretaceous period, around 115 million years ago. And this time, they look more familiar. In the area around what's now Washington, D.C., for example, there's a giant sauropod, carnivorous dromaeosaurs, armored ankylosaurs, and even a ceratopsian. And the biggest find...
And Ken, this is something that you're particularly interested in, right? Ceratopsian teeth from Appalachia? Pretty cool.
And is a giant predatory dinosaur that was originally known from the west, but also shows up in Maryland, Acrocanthosaurus. This east-west crossover is more of what we'd expect, given those paleogeographic reconstructions, dinosaurs moving freely across the continent. But
so, let me see if I can show you a clip too. We'll interrupt this a little bit, and Dinosaur Park in Maryland has got a lot of exciting stuff going on right now. Take a look at this.
A worker using...
Nope, different one. Sorry, this is not the right spot. Here we go.
Dinosaur Park in Laurel, where fossils of Maryland's officials...
What are dinosaurs?
MP signups, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Thank you for clicking that follow button. When did this come out? A year ago. Pretty recent.
Dinosaur were discovered has yielded yet another important find.
So the bones of a predator that predates the T-Rex by 50 million years and would have given him nightmares, if you can imagine that.
Yeah, really. Today we got to look at exactly what paleontologists
They always got to bring T-Rex into it, you know? It's a cliche.
unearthed there at the working fossil site on Mid-Atlantic Boulevard.
As News 4's Derek Ward shows us, some of the bones date back more than 100 million years.
Meet an early resident of what is now Laurel, Maryland.
This is called Acrocanthosaurus.
Oh, it's Tom Holtz.
It's a large predatory dinosaur.
It was the big dog, a 12,000-pound meat-eating apex predator from the early Cretaceous period, about 115 million years ago. Paleontologists believe this is one of its bones, and it could be the most significant find in Maryland since the 1800s. On the other side of this fence is 2 acres of undeveloped land in a heavily industrialized part of Prince George's County. Now, back in the 1800s, there was an iron mine here, but today there is a gold mine or something else. Fossils. Dinosaur Park opened in 2009, but the site had been yielding significant finds since shortly after the mine shut down.
Small young sharks, tiny little mammals, crocodiles, turtles, our own very tiny little relative of Triceratops, and swift raptors.
Then in 2018, while clearing brush, they chipped a rock and began to see this bone take shape.
Ken says that is a giant quarry for Appalachia. Absolutely, yes. Holy cow. It's the biggest one I can think of.
Earth Day of this year, they dug it out and found even more of what they believe to be Acrocanthosaurus.
Acrocanthosaurus.
Right here, and this white mass here is actually the vertebra to that dinosaur.
As they dug around the spot, even more finds, like the vertebrae of an armored Preconodon. There's lots of plant fossils here, too. Some of the earliest flowering plants. It's rare to have so many varied finds in one place. Now take this, for instance. Doesn't look like much, but it's a piece of wood from an ancient tree. It's just short of becoming coal, and part of the reason that this whole site is significant.
Yeah.
This was an ancient riverbed. And as dead dinosaurs and trees were carried by the currents, pieces of wood created a log jam. Material got stuck and sunk into the silt. Millions of years later, it became a rich fossil bed, a window to the past and possibly to our planet's future.
We can use insights from moments earlier in geologic time to reconstruct how climates change in response to fluctuations of CO2, of sea level, and so forth, and how those changes might drive patterns of extinction.
In the meantime, the Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission maintains Dinosaur Park, and it's open to the public. And on some days, you can watch it dig. In Laurel, Derek Ward, News 4.
Very cool stuff.
So cool. Dinosaur Park Playground and Garden are open every day from sunrise to sunset. They hold public programs at the fenced-in fossil sites on the 1st and 3rd Saturdays from June to September.
Cool stuff. So if you're in Maryland, go check that out for sure. Sweetie pie. You're just gonna sit right in front of the camera, huh? Yeah. What, do you see the chatters there? They look tasty. What do you think, sweetie pie? some Twitch chatters. Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho, let's get back to this.
Then, things start to get interesting. By the late Cretaceous, around 90 million years ago, the Western Interior Seaway formed, flooding a stretch of land from the Arctic Ocean to the Gulf of Mexico and splitting North America into two. To the west was Laramidia, the landmass where the vast majority of dinosaur fossils come from. This region was still connected to Asia via a land bridge from time to time. The east coast, on the other hand, became fully isolated, a landmass we call Appalachia. And while more dinosaur fossils begin to pop up around this time in Appalachia, they're still rare compared to Laramidia. But they are finally bigger, more like the size we'd expect dinosaurs to be by this time. And yet they don't look like their contemporaries in Laramidia. For example, take the two relative...
It shouldn't bug me this much that he said Laramidia. I've never heard anyone pronounce it that way, and does that bug you too, Ken? If you're still watching. Oh, it does. Yes. Excuse me. Oh boy. Anyway, yeah. Wolvula says, I saw a video of you streaming the game Dinosaur Fossil Hunter. Where could I find the whole footage? It might be on the YouTube page. Here, let's look. Be here. Let's see. Maybe I don't have it actually. Nope, here it is. There you go, right there. Oh, Charlie's Dragon already got it, and Claire Bro already got it too. This is a great game. It's the only game that I've seen that really tries to capture the wonder and the sense of discovery inherent to dinosaur paleontology. Even if it's a little fanciful at times, you know, it's a video game. It's wish fulfillment. The real thing can be a lot more tedious, and difficult. This is just fun. It is a fun game. Video games on Twitch, I know, right, DMWay? That might be the last game I played on here. That was like 2 years ago, right? Yeah. Anywho. Tactile 3D Picture says, hello, question. No, my name's Danny. Not question. If you would be a dinosaur farmer, what dinosaur would you farm for food? I mean, we do have a lot of those today. Yeah, you know? These are people farming dinosaurs for food. Chickens are a kind of dinosaur. They're a kind of bird. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't really eat birds or any animals if I can help it. You know? More likely to get eaten by some dinosaurs. Banana Lord 6, what a great name. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm not really a meat guy, you know? I don't really eat meat, so I'm not a good person to ask that question to. Sorry, Tactile. Yeah. But yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, back to our video here.
Of T-Rex that were found in Alabama and New Jersey, Appalachiosaurus and Dryptosaurus. Both of them sit at the base of the Tyrannosaur family tree, and they have a mixture of traits.
You're welcome, Tactile. It's good to have you here.
Yet they were living at the same time as the more famous tyrannosaurs of the late Cretaceous. And scientists had long thought that dinosaurs with these traits had gone extinct, replaced by their bigger, more charismatic relatives. But tyrannosaurs aren't the only weird finds in Appalachia. Duck-bill dinosaurs like Hadrosaurus, Eotrachodon, and Lophorodon were also living on the East Coast island. They too sit at the base of the Hadrosaur evolutionary tree, but were still around when their younger relatives evolved. For example, when researchers described the 85-million-year-old Eotrachodon from Alabama, they suggested that it might have been part of an evolving lineage that ultimately gave rise to the duck-billed dinosaurs of late Cretaceous Laramidia. But, like with the tyrannosaurs, members of the basal lineage survived in Appalachia and took their own evolutionary paths, while retaining their more primitive features. And we see the same situation with the horned dinosaurs, the ceratopsians. It was as if the island of Appalachia was a sort of refuge, preserving ancient ancestors who hung out undisturbed. Like
Leap Year Girl says, wish I could stay to watch more. I have to go sleep. You get some sleep. I hope you sleep well. Good dreams. What is the normal streaming schedule? So I stream Monday through Thursday. Monday through Thursday during the week. From 1 p.m. California time. Usually do about 6 p.m. California time. This week, though, I'm going to also be streaming on Friday. And there's a schedule you can find with the !calendar command. Here we go. Tomorrow we're going to be starting early at noon or even earlier. Tomorrow is the 100th anniversary of the publication of Velociraptor. So 100 years of Velociraptor tomorrow we're going to be talking about. It's going to be a ton of fun. Yeah. Here, let me go ahead and change this schedule real quick. Yeah, let's do this. Do to improve society through science. I didn't want to talk about that today, day after election. People are reeling from this, including myself. But we're going to be talking about that on Friday for a special bonus stream. That sounds interesting to you. If you want to know what you can do to help protect science, help use science to protect vulnerable people, and help stem the tide of regressive forces here in the U.S., tune in on Friday, and we'll be talking all about that. Anywho, let's continue this.
The lost world of East Coast dinosaurs. But where did they come from? Did all these dinosaurs just suddenly appear in Appalachia right at the end of the Cretaceous, out of nowhere? Well, I mean, probably not. Remember how I said there's a major time jump in the East Coast fossil record from the Middle Jurassic to the early Cretaceous, spanning at least 50 million years? Well, it turns out this gap is because we can't find any Mesozoic-aged rocks with dinosaur fossils. The gap represents what paleontologists call a type of megabias, or an unconformity, which is a large-scale pattern in preservation where entire chunks of time are just missing. In this case, the scale is the entire region of Appalachia spanning several million years. So dinosaurs probably lived on Appalachia throughout the Jurassic and Cretaceous.
So you might be wondering, like, why do you have missing chunks of time like that? And that's because an area like this might go from a depositional environment to an erosional environment for a long time. What do I mean by that? What's depositional versus erosional environment? Here's some water. A depositional environment is a place where you have sediment being deposited. And there might be critters getting buried in there who will become fossilized and all that good stuff. That only happens in areas where you've got sediment coming down and being deposited. You've got stuff being buried. You don't have that in a lot of places. Local conditions might be that it's an erosional environment instead. So rather than sediment being deposited, instead sediment gets washed away. Think of it like the top of a mountain. you're not going to have a lot of sediment being deposited at the top of a mountain. If you want to become a fossil, a mountain is just about the worst place you can go. You know? Go die somewhere where sediment is being laid down. You know, the bottom of a river or a lake, or like a, you know, the Mississippi Delta, perhaps. You just get lots and lots of deposition, you know? So anyway, in an area you might have basically no deposition for a long time. It becomes an erosional environment for whatever reason, and so there'll be a gap in the rock record there. There'll be a bunch of missing time, because for a long time it was erosional. You had no rock being laid down. Does that make sense? Yeah. And there you go, Salamander. Yes. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue.
But the geology of the region doesn't preserve their fossils, creating a megabias. If there are no rocks, there can be no fossils. Now, the question of what happened to those rocks is still being debated by paleontologists, though they do have some ideas.
Yeah, sometimes you can get an unconformity because in the meantime there were rocks. Oh, like, no, sorry, not in the meantime. There were rocks once upon a time, and they got eroded away. And then you have more deposition on top of that, so you get a gap there. There's places like that in the Grand Canyon that are like this.
Either the rocks were eroded away, or there was no space for eroded sediments to accumulate to form rocks in the first place.
Right, no
Instead,
accommodational
the
space.
Appalachian Mountains slowly eroded away, with rivers carrying the sediments away from the land out toward the Atlantic instead of piling up in basins and burying dead dinosaurs. In the west, on the other hand, as the ancestral Rocky Mountains were uplifted by tectonic forces, they provided a major source of sediment that was eroded by rivers and deposited in basins and along coastal margins. Which is kind of a bummer for the East Coast when you think about it, because all of those millions of years of dinosaur evolution are just gone. But what we do know is, once the fossil record comes back online, the dinosaurs of the East Coast were pretty unique. When we look at the dinosaurs from Laramidia and Appalachia that coexisted during the late Cretaceous, the East Coast dinosaurs seem to represent relict older lineages of dinosaurs.
The world's first armored tank, you might say.
Shonen Ash, thank you for the follow.
Is completely covered with thin,
welcome to
bony
Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
During the late Cretaceous, the East Coast dinosaurs seem to represent relict older lineages of dinosaurs that had already gone extinct in Laramidia, but survived in Appalachia and charted their own evolutionary path. Relict lineages are where the last remnants of older groups that used to be abundant but have since gone extinct elsewhere still hang on, like the last mammoths that ended up on
Wrangell Island,
to call back to an old episode. A region that supports isolated and relict populations of once widespread species is called a refugium, and conditions in Appalachia were ripe to make it a refugium. Because it was isolated from Europe and Africa during the rifting process that broke apart Pangaea in the Jurassic. And then it was cut off from Laramidia during the Cretaceous when the Western Interior Seaway.
So yeah, here, Appalachia, the red dot there, this area was, you couldn't walk there. Laramidia, you could walk all the way north and then across the land bridge into Asia, and then at certain points into Europe as well. And at certain points, maybe also into Africa. We think hadrosaurs made it down into there. So hadrosaurs may have first evolved, we don't know, maybe in North America, and then kind of boogied all the way along here and through this European archipelago, and then we've got them at the end of the Cretaceous here in North Africa. Appalachia was cut off for a long time until those sea levels dropped, and suddenly you could join up again with the rest of the critters in Laramidia.
Formed. So while ancient dinosaur lineages in Laramidia are being replaced by icons like the famous heavy hitters, T-Rex and Brontosaurus, Ankylosaurus, Triceratops, there was no such replacement in Appalachia. And these lineages stuck around and, in many cases, followed their own evolutionary trajectories that paralleled their Laramidian counterparts. They seem to be species that time and evolution forgot. So despite the missing chunks of time of the megabias, dinosaurs in Appalachia seem to have been just as diverse as those we're used to from out west, even though they weren't the same groups, at least not at the same time. And the seaway running through the middle of the continent meant that those later species from Laramidia, like T-Rex, didn't make it to the East Coast to stomp through places like Times Square. But the eastern residents likely represented a unique group of animals that found refuge on the island continent. There, they avoided extinction and continued to evolve throughout the later parts of the Mesozoic. Sometimes, the places that seem forgotten are precisely where species persist.
Pretty cool stuff. Here is a link in the chat for you. We had a question from Sazzle Shakes. Sazzle Shakes says, excuse me, Did a paleontologist have to have a certain amount of geographical or geological knowledge as part of their work? Absolutely, yes. I mean, we should. You don't necessarily have to. Maybe you only work on, I don't know, biomechanics or something like that. In which case, your work wouldn't really touch on this, but if you want to be a well-rounded paleontologist, if you don't want to be super specialized in some other aspect of fossil science, then yeah, you should have a working understanding of paleogeography, you know, what the continents are doing at different times, all that stuff. Yeah. Or would you perhaps collaborate with a geologist to figure out what the geology can tell you about a dinosaur's life? That's a great question. We do have a lot of collaboration in our field, and if you've got like a detailed geological question, you probably want to consult with somebody for whom geology is their bread and butter. But then there are paleontologists who started off as geologists, and that is their bread and butter, you know? Jim Kirkland is a good example of this, where he was trained first and foremost as a geologist. He thinks of himself as a biostratigrapher. So you'll hear Jim say this sometimes. He'll go, yeah, I'm a biostratigrapher by trade. Biostratigraphy is looking at the different organisms that you find in different layers of the rocks and then being able to correlate them across geographic space. So, where's this figure? There we go. But yeah, these might be hundreds of miles apart, but if you find fossils in these layers, you can correlate the layers and say, oh, these represent this time, and these represent that time. You know, these rocks might be missing in this layer because you didn't have deposition there, that kind of thing. That's biostratigraphy. It's looking at fossil organisms, that's the bio part, living things, and using them to do stratigraphy. Studying these layers of rocks like this, the strata. Does that make sense? But yeah, biomechanics. Excuse me while I run from that nightmare. What? It's just how studying how organisms' bodies work, you know? Yeah. But yeah. But yeah, Sassler Shakes, there's many, many different ways to be a paleontologist. And I, for one, am not very good at geology. I admit that. I need to get better at this kind of thing. My brain just works more on the biological side, zoological side of things. And it's, geology is often a blind spot for me. So, yeah. But yeah, and Ken points out some other fields that are important to know about. Sedimentology, anatomy, genetics, ecology, development, functional morphology, yeah. Biochemistry, you know, physics, that kind of goes into functional morphology too. Maybe even engineering, if you're looking at stuff like FEA. Finite element analysis. Looking at using engineering tools to look at dinosaur skulls and be able to see, if you put stresses on them in a computer model, here's the parts that suffer the most stress, here are the parts that are best engineered.
And this is a dinosaur too.
That first one wasn't a dinosaur, but thank you anyway for the follow, Hayate Gekonul. Appreciate that. Welcome to Paleontologizing. FEA is one of those tools that has become pretty widespread in dinosaur paleontology. Basically making heat maps to show the stresses on things like dinosaur skulls and other elements. So yeah. People who have backgrounds in programming, or architecture, or computer science, or data science, there is room for you in fossil science. We need all kinds of people with different skill sets, kind of attacking these problems from different angles, so that we can figure out these mysteries about the history of life on Earth, you know? Hayate says, good evening. Greets from the Netherlands. Well, greetings right back to you. from the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area here in coastal California. I hope you're having a lovely evening out there in the Netherlands. The Netherlands, by the way, where a very, very important fossil was discovered in the earliest days of vertebrate paleontology. Mosasaurus hoffmanni came from Maastricht in Holland. We've talked about that many times. Anyhow, yeah. And Suave Oreo wants to know, have there been any dinosaur organs found? I know from Casey's stream there was a dinosaur that had striped feathers found in a fossil. Yeah, I'm 3D printing that dinosaur right now. I'm printing a scale model of Sinosauropteryx. A scale model, life-size model. Finished the head and neck earlier. And it's all fleshed out. It's got the feathers on it. We're going to be painting it. Yeah. But, yeah. And hang on. I got to fix something in Nightbot real quick. But yeah, we do have dinosaurs with preserved organs. Shipionyx is a good example. Skipionyx? I'm gonna edit that command, everybody, so it's colors instead of color. Shoot. Yeah, let's delete that one and let's modify this one so it's colors. Submit. Okay, good. Yeah, I just removed it, Claire. We're all good. Anyway, so yeah, we do have preserved dinosaur organs, like in Skipionyx. So we've got like a carbon film that shows the outline of the esophagus, trachea, stomach, duodenum. Pretty cool stuff. It's pretty cool stuff. And that's in a tiny little, basically like a hatchling dinosaur from Italy that's been named Skipionyx. It's pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. We might even be able to find a clip of that here. Africa, that's not the one that we're looking for. We're looking for the European one. South America, that's not it. Let's see. There we go. Yeah.
Beneath the ruins of Europe's glorious civilizations lies an even more ancient world when dinosaurs were kings. For millions of years, their bones lay hidden.
I'll see if I can find the Skipionyx part.
Gloomy primeval swamp. But a new age of discovery dawned that would bring dinosaurs back to life as European science gave birth to the greatest giants to ever walk the earth.
Archaeopteryx. Birds. There we go.
There wasn't a never seen before.
Come on now.
Which eats away soft tissue. The baby died. Natural disaster of Roman times. But a spectacular new find north of Naples would take the scientific world by storm. 113 million years ago, another tragedy was about to unfold. A baby dinosaur greets the world.
Wolvulus says it's 2:35 a.m. in Tunisia. Holy cow, get some sleep. I'm working at the clinic tomorrow, and I honestly can't seem to tear myself away from your channel, which is incredibly interesting. I'm really happy I discovered it. It's been wonderful having you here, Wolvulus. But you really should get some sleep. You got work in the morning at the clinic, no less. It's important work. Make sure you get some rest. I'm here 4 days a week, so you'll have plenty of opportunities to catch these broadcasts. And we're always talking about cool stuff. So thanks for being here.
But in a flash, its brief encounter with life is over.
Oh no!
When the baby died, almost all of Italy was submerged under the Sea of Tethys, and the climate was a tropical summer all year round.
Shoot, I got that.
The dinosaur fell into a lagoon and was quickly buried. Oxygen levels were low, halting the growth of bacteria, which eats away soft tissue. And there it lay for over 100 million years. Today, the ancient lagoon has been preserved in the Pietraroia limestone beds just north of Naples.
There you go, Harry.
A magnet for fossil hunters, Pietraroia is famous for its beautifully preserved fish. But in 1980, Giovanni Tedesco and his wife Giovanna stumbled on something different. While chipping away at the rock, Giovanni uncovered a fossil he'd never seen before.
Oh, Gippy, guarda.
That has to be a cast that they used in the reenactment there, right?
A tiny animal only 9 inches long. But it wasn't a fish. At first they thought it was a bird. Then they saw the film Jurassic Park and thought it looked like a velociraptor. Paleontologist Marco Signore of Bristol University confirmed it was a dinosaur, the first ever found in Italy. They named it Scipionyx, after a ruthless Roman soldier famous for defeating Hannibal. A two-legged flesh-eater, Scipionyx had long arms and legs and a snout full of razor-sharp teeth. Fully grown, it would have stood up to 6 feet tall and probably hunted in packs.
It might actually be a juvenile spinosaur, like a hatchling, or some sort of allosauroid, or even a tyrannosaur. Where there's a really interesting paper that just came out about this spring that suggests that all of these like compsognathid dinosaurs might not be related to each other. They might not form a group. They might just be smaller, babies of other dinosaur groups. Tyrannosaurs, spinosaurs, allosauroids, carcharodontosaurs. Yeah.
Today the site is fenced off like Fort Knox. But Scipionyx is more than a national treasure. For paleontologists, it may be the most important discovery of the 20th century.
I don't know about that, but it is pretty cool.
Turned out to be a very important discovery.
It's Jim.
The soft parts of a dinosaur.
Jim is so young here. Oh, Papa Jim, this is great. Holy cow. Yeah.
Turned out to be a very important discovery of the soft parts of a dinosaur, unique in all the world.
These mountains have witnessed some of the greatest upheavals in human civilization, but it's a fossil that predates humans, which will guarantee the area's place in history. The find is more than a first. It's hoped that Scipionyx will finally solve a mystery that has puzzled scientists for over a century. Were dinosaurs sluggish, cold-blooded creatures like modern reptiles, or vigorous, warm-blooded animals like mammals and birds? The image of a dinosaur is big, slow, and ponderous, but some were swift, agile, and ready to pounce on a moment's notice, suggesting their metabolism was high. Did they have the mechanism to produce energy?
And is Scipionyx? It might be Scipionyx. In fact, I want to say it is Scipionyx, like Scipio. Yeah.
Without internal organs, there was no way to know. Then came the discovery of Scipionyx.
Greek and Latin C's make a case on that. Makes sense. Here we go. Here's the guts.
Its internal organs are so well preserved, even its intestines are visible. The red stain is the liver, indicating its size and position.
How cool is that? Scipio. Okay, thank you.
It is only Scipionyx, among all the dinosaur fossils that have ever been found, that shows us the kind of detail that we need in terms of its capacity to be active, like living, warm-blooded animals.
We have two important features which may shed light into the darkness of breathing in dinosaurs. First is the diaphragm, which is very developed. And second is the very big liver, which were used, as in crocodiles, as a pump by helping the lungs in intake and outtake of air.
Warm-blooded animals, like birds, have large hearts and lungs to pump oxygen into their blood. But how dinosaurs breathed, scientists could only guess. The position of Scipionyx's colon along its backbone and its liver are more like those of a reptile than a bird. But they also suggest Scipionyx had a unique, super-efficient system of powering itself. Seen here under ultraviolet light, its gut is short and deep, which means its intestines absorbed energy from food quickly. Its liver is exceptionally large, and pressing against the diaphragm, it acts like a powerful second pump.
Both things coupled, the diaphragm and the liver, seem to have given it
I wonder how much of this is held up. This is from 1999.
When he was inactive, he was maybe cold-blooded. He was slow. But when he
I do really wonder how
he could use his breathing.
how much of this information is
appropriately. He could use every bit of energy he had.
Still accepted
so he
today.
Could be a very efficient hunter.
I don't know if there's ever like a monograph on Scipionyx. I don't know how much of it's been published, to be honest.
Tremendously significant. First of all, it tells us that meat-eating dinosaurs were in many regards, say, physiologically unlike.
And nothing more variant. We're not talking about politics today, but Friday we'll talk about some of these things. Like it might be, yeah. So tune in then. We're trying to take a break from that for now.
Like any group of living vertebrates. But it also might help explain why meat-eating dinosaurs were so enormously successful for 150 million years.
And Malafree says, hi from the Lurk. I agree with the Scipionyx pronunciation as a former student in linguistics and Latin modern languages. Thank you, Mael Free. Appreciate you. Yeah.
2 centuries ago, Europe...
And look, yeah, I do understand that a lot of modern squamates, lizards, can be pretty active animals. But the idea is, when they say sluggish, they mean that they need to like absorb heat from an external source in order to be able to move and function and everything, as opposed to an endothermic animal that generates its own body heat. You know, lizards don't do things like shiver or, I don't know, if you put a blanket on a lizard, it's not going to keep it warmer because it doesn't generate its own heat from inside. I think that's kind of the idea here, is they're almost using sluggish as like a shorthand for ectothermic. And yeah, it's an imperfect shorthand, but yeah.
Unveiled a wondrous creature no one could ever have dreamed existed. The discovery shook the civilized world and launched mankind on a remarkable journey back in time to when dinosaurs ruled the
earth. Good stuff. Here's a link to this documentary here. Good stuff. Good stuff. And yeah, I've been going for almost 5 hours at this point. I've got to get ready for tomorrow's special stream, rather. 100 years of Velociraptor. We'll be talking all about that tomorrow. How that dinosaur was first discovered, why it was obscure for so long, and why it had a sudden explosion of popularity at the end of the 20th century. We'll be talking all about that tomorrow. And so many misperceptions about this animal, Velociraptor, that people have. We're going to be dispelling a lot of myths about Velociraptor tomorrow. So I got to get ready for tomorrow's stream and, yeah, make sure that I'm feeling 100% by tomorrow evening, too, because I've got some other stuff going on after stream. We're starting tomorrow's stream early at noon at the latest, I'll say, tomorrow. So I hope you'll tune in for that, everybody. But for now, we're going to wrap things up here. Here's an Archaeopteryx to roll our credits over here. And let's see who else we've got on Twitch live right now and we might be able to raid into. Let's see. Science Streams is on now. Whack-On Wednesday. Let's go read into Science Streams. It's always a good time. See what Balint is up to. Everybody, thank you so much for tuning in today. I hope this has been a refugium, learned that word today, from all the chaos and bad feelings in the world. Thank you for spending this time with me. Hope you learned something today. I hope you had fun. I hope you're even more eager to learn more about this incredible planet that we live on and its long and storied past. It's been a pleasure having you here, and we're going to go continue the science with molecular and systems biologist Balint over at Science Streams. So I'll see you there. Take care, everybody. And join me for Velociraptor Day tomorrow. All right, bye-bye.